Doja. Slow we compass, speeding up the heartbeat, banging in the chest. When you put it on me, you relieve my stress. You got me so high, taking deep, deep breaths. You get me so high, you get me so high. I know you ain't a drug, but you get me so high. You get me so high, you get me so high. I know you ain't a drug, but you get me so high. You get me so high, you get me so high. I know you ain't a drug, but you get me so high. You get me so high, you get me so high. You get me so high, you get me so high. You got me so turned up. You still gotta be so high. Weed always on my mind. Now he always on my mind. Don't you? Know you want some of this part. You ain't gotta say a word. Just walk that, let's get burned. Then we'll roll up 100 fucking blunts. All up in my mouth. Now I'm all up in yo. This nigga got pounds of it. All up in his truck. Now we both look Asian. He waving and I'm drunk. I got dank shit in my cup. You know what I'ma do to you? I could give reviews to you. Slow, we X and we sipping on that juice. That's just what she choose to do. Slow, we compass, speeding up the heartbeat, banging in the chest. When you put it on me, you relieve my stress. You got me so high, taking deep, deep breaths. You get me so high, you get me so high. I know you ain't a drug, but you get me so high. You get me so high, you get me so high. I know you ain't a drug, but you get me so high. You get me so high, you get me so high. I know you ain't a drug, but you get me so high. You get me so high, you get me so high. You get me so high, you get me so high.
POV.
But I can't tell where your hair ends and mine begins. If I had a body tattoos, I would think that it's your skin. If I move too quick, that's you, I would think it's my reflection. Being cold, she's close enough. You could tell every time we touch, every time we love. Wish I could feel me, cute apartment. One bedroom, right where your heart is. Each space feels broken hearted. Cross the bed, feel way too far in. Wonder when they see just one, do they see us too? Ooh, I just wanna melt into you. I'm melting to you. Just wanna melt into you. Melting to you. Melting to Imagine you ready for love and chase up and down. Hoping that that secret spit it out your mouth and inhale, exhale, breathe in. With every breath I'm sinking in. No way to describe it. I'm a riot. If I wake up and I'm somehow beside you, instead of beside you, this shit is surprise you. You don't even notice. Don't need to remind you. Wish I could build me a cute apartment. One bedroom, right where your heart is. Each place feels broken hearted. Cross the bed feels way too far in. I wonder when they see just one, do they see us through? We're melting to you. I'm melting to you. We're melting to you. I'm melting to you. Melting to you. Where do you end? Where do I begin? Start over again. Feel like melting, melting. Where do you end? Where do I begin? Start over
Hey, Century. There are times when I look above and beyond. There are times when I feel your love around me, baby. I'll never forget my baby. And I feel that I don't belong, draw my strength from the words when you said, hey, it's about you, baby. Look deeper inside you, baby. Dream about us together again. What I want us together again, baby. I know we'll be together again, 'cause everywhere I go, every smile I see, I know you are there, smiling back at me, dancing in moonlight. I know you are free, 'cause I can see your star shining down on me. Time for share again. Makes me wanna dance. See you loud and proud. All my love's for you. Always been a true angel to me. Now above, I can wait for you to wrap your wings around me, baby. Wrap them around me, baby. Sometimes hear whispering on my pain. No worries, will you ever see my baby? I'm so happy for my baby. Dream about us together again. What I want us together again, baby. I know we'll be together again, 'cause everywhere I go, every smile I see, I know you are there, smiling back at me, dancing in moonlight. I know you are free, 'cause I can see your star shining down on me. I'm better. Can't even pretend like I don't want it again. On the brain all the time. Thinking about the things that we did. You did something. Shit like this don't happen too often. It's the way you put it down. I don't want no one else around. Got me taking a step on the outside, cutting all ties with the other guys. When you look in my eyes, loving me nice and slow. You made me wanna go, call it up now, just to put it down on you. You made me wanna replay all of the things that you left me with. You made me wanna go, call it up now, just to put it down on you. You made me wanna replay all of the things that you left me with. You made me wanna go, I get by my knees so young. I'ma see this pain on and on. This ain't what I really used to.
Anything happens between us, be sure you 10 toes down before I pull out this car. The only thing that's coming beside me at the situation is you waiting to get some more. I told you I'ma take your place. I seen it in your face, and I knew that you would say it. So how you wanna play this? Yeah, you got somebody out in this predicament. Don't trip, creep this
It's at 5 in the morning. I wake up to fight for my yearnings. The fear in my mind is a warning. Pray to the one you're relying. I've been wandering all day. I tried to be fine, but I can't be. The noise in my mind wouldn't leave me. I tried to get by, but I'm burning. I'm behind, my mind it runs. All these thoughts have troubled me. Fighting to give up my pain. Fighting to be on my lane. My mind running to the other side. When it's time to leave my life, then it tries to take me out. Tell you what I need. Right, yeah, I really need time now. I need to free mine now. I really need mine now. I need to free my mind now. I really need time now. I need to free mine now. I really need mine now. Yeah. This is the peace that you cannot buy. Send me in love that you cannot mix. One is the joy that you cannot waste, and the other one price that you cannot fix. This is the peace that you cannot buy. Finding a way where you cannot see. Man with this system, he cannot breathe. I need to find relief. But behind my mind, it runs. All these thoughts have troubled me. Fighting to give up my pain. Fighting to be on my lane. My mind running to the other side. When it's time to leave my life, then it tries to take me out. Tell you what I need. I really need my dog. I need to free my dog. I really need time now. I need to free my mind now. I really need time now. I need to free my dog. I really need time now. Oh, yeah. Just let me free, freer than the open mind, farther than the eyes can handle, freer than the ocean now. Yeah, yeah. So set me free. Now I need to find relief. Set me to the open sky. Now I need to free my mind. Yeah.
Drop top Porsche, 40 on my wrist, diamonds up and down my chain. Cardi B straight stunning, can't tell me nothing. Bossed up and not changed again. It's my big bronze boogie, got all them girls shook. My big fat ass got all them boys cooked. From dollar bills, now we popping rubber bands. Bruno sang to me while I do my money dance like, yeah. Flexing on the gram like, yeah. Hit the little John, okay. Oh yeah, we dripping and finessing game.
Ooh, don't we look good together? There's a reason why they watch all night long. Yeah, I know
Hey y'all, come on in. Oh, they're laughing at sugar, y'all. That damn sugar, I tell you the truth. Y'all come on in. Happy Friday. It is finally Friday. How y'all doing? I hope everybody having a blessed day. Hey Natasha. Hey Miss Ann. Hey Miss Lynn. Miss Lynn, I need a pen that. Hold on a minute. Give me a second. Good morning, good morning, good morning. It is a beautiful morning. Hold on one second. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Listening to myself again. Hold on. Why my chat ain't come up? I need my chat. Good morning. Listening to myself. All right. Thank you for those links, Miss Lynn. Thank you, Miss Lynn. Same to you. Hey, Smooth. Hey, Capri. Same to you. Thank you so much. How you doing this morning, girl? Girl, I was over there laughing at Sugar. I was in the bushes, girl. I ain't even want to get off because she's still alive. She had me laughing early in the morning. Early in the morning, girl. I think, hey, Sonia. I think I spoke to everybody. Hi, Melissa. Hi, Melissa. Come on in, y'all. So, y'all know we on a break from court. We're on a break from court on Friday, Monday, and Tuesday. Um, Court is in session over there around yonder, but they doing little hearings and stuff, and those hearings won't be televised, so they won't be coming back. They won't be coming back on live as far as the whole court case. And I'm talking about the Athena Strand court case with Mr. Tanner Horner, who unalived her. Don't be spying on me and Sugar Wake. Girl, listen, I saw baby, she lit that blood on. She said, "Where is Melissa? Where is Melissa?" Melissa, Melissa said, "Here." I saw you, girl. I saw you. Sugar say it's Friday. You ain't got shit to do. He said, "I'm gonna get you." Sugar said, "I'm gonna get you high today." So yeah. So court will be back in session over there on Wednesday. Y'all always come with that bullshit, talking about some full storage, cause y'all want some money. Y'all want some money. Seems like to me these devices should have unlimited storage. This shit is weird. But anywho, so yeah, court will be back in session on Monday, but we probably won't get back to it until Thursday, which is good and bad. The only bad is we'll be a day behind, but the good is we'll be able to fast forward through all of the breaks and the lunches and the sidebars and all that type crap that go on. I'm going to be off Tuesday and Wednesday. And actually, I don't know what time I'm gonna get back Thursday, but I'm gonna try to get back in time enough to but we might not be back over here after. I might have to work through the weekend on this channel and Monday. Cause I'm gonna be out Tuesday, Wednesday. I don't know if I'm gonna get back in time to come on Thursday. I probably won't be back till Friday. So I may need to get as much content in as I can between now and Monday, because I probably won't be back over here until Friday. Natasha, you don't never see my request. I put some in though, ma'am. I put some in. Now, you should have noticed the pattern by now, Natasha. Every month, I take at least a couple of days. And I wouldn't even take those days if it wasn't my time to go away. See, a lot of time I be at home. Natasha. I be here, but once a month I go. I gotta go. Leave the grandbabies, the crumb snatchers. Leave the adult crumb snatchers. I have to go. I never know when that time gonna come around, but when a certain person get those days off, particular days off, I have to get it.
You need to accrue your time. I have been accruing my time, Natasha. Hell, when the last time I was out, Natasha? I think I've been working since Easter. I'm gonna check the books. Check the books, Natasha. I don't think I've had an off day since Easter. Check the books. Check them. And if I ain't accrued no time between Easter and now, because Easter was what, on the 5th? Girl, it's been 12 days. Check the books. You always come in with that bullshit, Natasha. Every time. Every damn time. It's time for me to go have my grown-up time. You come with that. Check the books, Natasha. Now, don't be laughing. don't be laughing, crying, or none of that. Go check the books. I don't think I've been out since Easter. And if I have, I don't remember. I think I have been working straight since Easter. Somebody check the books and let me know. Because, honey, I'm telling you, you been working. The fuck? Are you amazing? Girl, they be doing truth wrong over here, honey. By the time I get out, by the time Monday come around, I've been on work about 25,000 days, back to back. No break. Shit. That still ain't enough. It's never enough with you people. I'm going to tell you the same way I tell my grandbabies and my children. It's never enough. Never, ever, ever. The more I give, the more you want. Now you've been out, but no, check it. Now I don't want to know what you think. I want to know what's on the books. Because I do believe I've been working since the 5th. I do believe that. Okay? I ain't gonna argue with you. It's in the books. Don't make me go get mad because I know man know. Don't make me go get mad. Mad is the backup plan. All right, y'all, let's get into it, okay? So listen, we are like I said, like I said, I think after Monday, I won't be back on this channel until Friday. Now it depends on what time I get back on Thursday, which I don't see myself getting back in time enough to do a morning live. I may be, of course, I may be able to do an evening live, but I don't think I'm gonna be back in time to do a morning live. So after Monday, I think we won't be back over here until Friday, and then we'll hop right back into the court case. Okay. But today we got to break 2 more stories. We got to break these 2 stories. And I've been wanting to break these 2 stories for a couple of days. Okay, we got the story of the former. Oh, shout out to y'all for supporting this channel. I appreciate it. Make sure you hit the like button, please, and thank you. Feel free to support the channel. Also, if you're in here, happen to drop by, happen to catch the replay, and you're not subscribed to the channel, please hit that subscribe button. Okay. And hit the notification bell so you can be notified whenever we come back to court or whatever. Come back over here on this channel. Y'all, my numbers are slowly growing on even on all my channels, the this channel, the T channel, and on the All Gas No Brakes channel. Every day, my numbers are growing. I've been looking in my studio. They're growing, slowly but surely. But I like slowly but surely, right? I like that. As long as I know the work that I'm putting in is paying off, I'm good with that. That was on life. So I'm determined to continue to grind and continue to put out this content. I think we got on the All Gas. Hey, Miss Carla. Y'all know I changed the number over there on the All Gas No Brakes channel to 800. And I think we're pretty close to 800 over there, so we can be over there as well as the T channel. Okay, then I'm gonna be working on 3 channels, y'all. So yeah, but it's cool. It's all right. I plan on this year being that year. Okay, I plan on that merch coming out. I plan on us trying to do a meet and greet. It's a whole lot of things I want to try to do in the year 2026. Hey, baby Candy. You in the bushes? Okay, good to see you. Thanks for dropping down. You feeling okay? Thank you, Natasha. I try, girl, but listen. Oh, might as well, girl. You know, hey. My thing is, if you're gonna do it big, girl. Go big or go home. You know what I'm saying? I know when to step back and take a break and take a rest, but y'all know how I deal with what I deal with on a day-to-day basis. I try to keep busy. I listen. I do not like idle time. Only time I like to be idle is when I'm going to sleep. Okay, boo. Yeah, I don't like idle time. I don't like idle time. Y'all know my brain. It overthinks. It go to thinking about stuff, and I just like to stay busy. That's just me. Even when I'm not on live, I keep busy. Only time I want to wind down. Only time I want to be idle is when I'm winding down to go to sleep. And a lot of times that's hard to do. So yeah. But anywho, so we're gonna be talking about we're gonna break two cases today that we're gonna be talking about in the next couple of days. Okay. And I'm pretty sure y'all seen these cases because they all over the internet like that. I don't know about the. I know they all over YouTube. That's another one of my goals, Natasha, is to finally go over to other social medias and start doing put my content out on my other social medias. But I'm working on that too. But anyway, former Virginia Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax. Justin Fairfax. Now, Justin Fairfax is a young man that decided that he would unalive his wife and then unalive himself. There was a whole lot of going on. I think I saw in the title where there have been some claims of domestic abuse and things of that sort. So we're gonna get into it. And normally that's how that's going on because you don't just out the blue decide to unalive your wife and then unalive yourself. It's always something that leads up to it. So we're gonna talk about it. Smooth said I didn't know about all gas, no breaks out. Okay, thank you. One of my moms will surely drop the link, Smooth. Will surely drop the link. Okay. Um so we're gonna get into that one, and then we also gonna get into the influencer, the popular influencer by the name beautiful young lady. Hey Miss Ann. Same to you, girl. I hope everything's well with you. God is good all the time, girl. Um the popular influencer, beautiful young woman Ashley Janae, who was unalived in Tanzania. I think she was celebrating her birthday with her boyfriend slash fiance. They were celebrating her birthday, and then I think he ended up proposing. And a couple days later, she was deceased. We're gonna get into that one too as well. Now, I may talk about I'll be talking about the Justin Fairfax case as long as things are still coming out. Because normally when, a person unalives somebody, then unalives themselves, the case don't last too long because it's not going to be a court case. Ain't going to be no charges or nothing like that because he's deceased. But if I see some things that I want to cover after we talk about him today, then I will. But I know this Ashley Janae case is just popping off, and it's gonna be one that we'll be on for a while. Okay, so as long as y'all are here, I'm here. Okay, I appreciate it. Even said, "Why really things in dark sure will come to the light." Sure will. One way or the other, girl. One way or the other. So let's get started. We're gonna start off with the Justin Fairfax case. Now he's a former Virginia lieutenant governor. And according to the news reports, there was some things going on. I think the most sad thing about this case, not only is this young woman, his wife, lost her life at his hands. Because my thing is, if you want to take yourself out, why you got to take her? If you that fucked up, take yourself out. You ain't have to take that woman out. And then, like I said, the most disturbing part of this case, in my opinion, is that the children were at home. Their children were at home. You mean between Ashley and her fiance slash boyfriend or whatever? I think it was. But we're gonna talk about that in a minute. We're gonna get into Justin Fairfax and see what happened with this. Now y'all know how I do with these videos. I scan them, I may go through them a little bit to pick out what I'm going to, listen to or react to. But I don't sit and watch them, like really, really watch them and pay attention until I do it with y'all. So we are all watching them together. Okay. So I think this first clip is the actual news conference that came after the situation occurred. Okay. And then we're going to get into a couple of our faves. By our faves, I mean, let's see who we got with a video on this one um that we fuck with, because we don't fuck with a whole lot of people. Of course, we got the news stations, and then we got Law and Crime Network, and we got one from Twisted Crimes. I thought I had one from Carlos, but I don't think so. I think that's on the other case. But anywho, let's get into it. This is the actual news conference that came after the situation occurred. Okay, y'all, let's go. And if you got any questions, put them in the chat. I try my best to answer them. If not, we'll figure it out together. We'll find out together. Once again, thank y'all so much for joining. I appreciate the support. Make sure you double tap that screen to like the live stream. Okay.
I'm here to confirm the identity of our shooter in this murder suicide that happened. All right, folks, good morning. I'm here to confirm the identity of our shooter in this murder suicide that happened several hours ago as former Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax. Former Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax shot and killed his wife inside of their home and then shot and killed himself. I think you have the rest of the details that Captain Kosrick gave earlier this morning, so I'm just going to pause right here and answer any of your questions to the best of my ability right now. I can just tell you, then I'll go to Drew first, that this has been an ongoing domestic dispute surrounding what seems to be a complicated or messy divorce. So, Drew. So far, what we know is probably what you all know, and I don't think it's a secret that there's been divorce proceedings that have been ongoing. From what I understand at this early stage, former Lieutenant Governor Fairfax was recently served some paperwork associated with an upcoming court proceeding that apparently led to this incident last night. Both of their children, teenagers, the boy's older than the girl, were in the house when it happened. So that's horrible news for the family. Certainly a traumatic event for those children to live through. But we know that it all kind of culminated last night when Justin Fairfax shot several times, killed his wife, ran to a different part of the home, and then killed himself with the same firearm. So it seems like, and I know I'm competing with some school buses here. It seems like the murder took place in the basement. It's described to me as a unfinished basement in the home. At some point after Justin shot and killed his wife, he runs upstairs in the home and into the primary bedroom apparently, and shoots and kills himself. So we checked on that. The question is, have we had any previous domestic or calls for service to this location? In January of this year, Mr. Fairfax calls the police and alleges that his wife assaulted him. We responded to that scene. There are several cameras set up inside the house. Apparently, Mrs. Fairfax, at some point during these divorce proceedings, set up a lot of cameras inside the home. We reviewed those cameras, and we corroborated that the alleged assault never occurred. So there was no arrest made. There was a report written, but the allegation.
See, that's the thing though. Like for me, honestly, once divorce proceedings start, or maybe even before then, because you don't just up and one day decide you're gonna file for divorce. It has to be things that's leading up to divorce. It's very important that in a marriage or relationship or any kind of living situation, once it gets to a point to where one party is done, they're finished, they don't want to be in a relationship no more, whether it's a divorce or just ending a relationship, somebody got to go, somebody got to leave. Like you cannot. I don't understand. Now I don't know if he went to, I don't listen, and we're gonna find all this out together. I don't know if he was still living in the home. um I don't know if he was still living in the home with the wife, and these papers were served and he finally snapped or whatever. I don't know. But what I do know is, once, whether it be the man or the woman, right, especially if there has been previous incidences of abuse or whatever, right, Somebody got to go. Somebody got to leave. You know, a lot of time these people with these homes and things of that nature, they be going through stuff, and that nobody don't want to leave the home. Like it's just two people living under the same roof that can't stand each other. Now, if what would prompt him to call the police on this woman saying she assaulted him? They said they looked at the cameras, they didn't see anything, this and that and the third. See, at that point, and see a lot of times too, like when it's the marriage, the situation where you got kids, a lot of times the woman feel as though she has the children, so she should be able to stay in the house and this and that and the third. And I get that. The man ought to be man enough to leave. If the woman, if the children are going to be in the custody of the mother, the man should leave because it's just you. Just leave. But see, a lot of times you got to let that go. You got to let that house go, and you got to leave. You got to get your kids and leave. I did it, and I ain't judging nobody that hasn't done it or won't do it. I did it. I did it because I saw the situation. Once I decided I didn't want to be with my ex-husband no more, once I decided it was over, and I decided that I was gonna leave, even though I couldn't just hop up and leave in the moment, it's like, okay, so I'm done. I told him I was done. I'm done. I did not sleep in the bedroom with him. We stayed in a two-story house. I slept downstairs in the den. He every night had an issue with the fact that I wouldn't come up to the bedroom. I had to fight about that every night. It just became too much. Like it became too much to be there. And so asked him to leave. Asked him to leave. He actually left and was living. Just you get y'all listen to this. He actually left one night because I pissed him off so bad because that's just what I do. You're not gonna keep fucking with me because you want to make my life miserable. I'm gonna make yours miserable. I ain't talking to you, and that's one thing about my ex-husband. He did not like to be ignored. He did not like the silent treatment. And once I know what it is that gets to you, I would do it, motherfucker. I would do it. Silent treatment, ignore. It's just like you ain't there. So one night he actually did leave and end up moving in with the side chick. He living over there with her. I'm still in the house, a prisoner in my home because he had a key. So he would come and go as he pleased. He would come and go all times of the night. Just I said, you know what? I'm out of here. I'm out of here. As much as I didn't want to leave my home, as much as I did not, I'm talking about I left furniture and all, y'all. I got my children's shit. I got my shit. Fuck the furniture. Fuck it all. I left. I left. Now he ended up, telling me, okay, look, you can go if you ain't gonna stay in the house, you can go get the furniture. Da 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 da. That was on down the line. But as far as right in the moment, I'm out of here. I ain't got time for this. You're not gonna be out living your best life wherever you want to be and doing what you want to do, but you think you still supposed to control what I'm doing. Had to call the police. That night I had my son had to call the police. Oh, I was done. It's over. Done. I gotta go. See, you got to leave. If you got to leave, you got to leave. I don't understand this situation. And maybe as we listen, I will get a better understanding of whether or not they were still living in that house together. Once the cops are being called and papers are being served and folks, somebody got to leave. You know what I'm saying? Somebody got to go. But let's listen. Hey, Booyah.
That Mr. Fairfax made in January that Mrs. Fairfax assaulted him was proven to be untrue.
Okay, let's listen to that part again.
Mr. Fairfax calls the police and alleges that his wife assaulted him. We responded to that scene. There are several cameras set up inside the house. Apparently, Mrs. Fairfax, at some point during these divorce proceedings, set up a lot of cameras.
Now, if they were staying inside the house together, her setting up them cameras was a smart idea. Very smart idea to set up those cameras.
Inside the home, we reviewed those cameras and we corroborated that the alleged assault never occurred. So there was no arrest made. There was a report written, but the allegation that Mr. Fairfax made in January that Mrs. Fairfax assaulted him was proven to be untrue.
Does the nature of who's involved here, like how does that play into it?
Well, certainly this is a high-profile family. At one point in time, I think it's fair to say that Justin Fairfax, before he was lieutenant governor, while he served as lieutenant governor, and even afterwards, was a rising star politically, not just in Northern Virginia, but in Virginia. So it's high profile in nature. It's tragic in nature. Certainly a fall from grace for a relatively high profile family that seemingly had a lot of things going in their favor. So tragic for the children to lose both parents. Extra tragic for them to actually be in the home when it occurred.
So sad.
Yeah, there's a lot going on, and our victim services division, like they always do, is leaning into the family, the surviving relatives, the children in particular, and we'll do everything we can for them. Then I'll get. So our detectives have gathered that. Certainly, there's enough cameras inside the home that we're able to corroborate some of that. But the one of the children was the 911 caller just after midnight. So he described some things to us as well that we've since corroborated. And I think I heard one question about what do we know about the gun? I don't know anything about the gun yet. The same gun that Mr. Fairfax used to kill his wife seems to be the same gun that he used to kill himself. I don't know. We're going to be here for a while. Obviously, we have a search warrant we need to execute to recover evidence, and certainly included in that evidence is the primary firearm that was used and any other firearms. I don't know that they do or don't exist. I believe they were. I believe they were.
Wise boyfriend, but let me read Miss Ann. There's no telling what those kids saw after all is said and done. To lose both parents is so sad. I agree, Miss Ann. I totally agree. I mean, damn, if you was gonna do something like that, I mean, there's no rhyme or reason or no right or wrong. Is no right in what he did. But my God, today, like, it's already gonna be tragic for the kids that you done decided to unalive your wife and then yourself, but you had to do it with the kids in the home. The older son is the one that had to call 911. Come on, how traumatizing. I mean, you gonna leave your kid. You already leaving your kids here in a traumatizing way. Then you gonna traumatize them even further by them being in the house when you do it. I mean, I just don't understand some people's train of thought. And people snap, and I don't know what prompted him to. I don't know if the lady had just filed for a divorce or not, because he mentioned something about some papers being served like a couple of days before this happened, but I don't know. I don't know. Maybe the divorce papers is what prompted him. I don't know. I just don't. But I think it's very selfish, amazing. I think it's very selfish because, for one, it's already, like I say, going to be traumatized. You leaving your babies here. You done decided you're going to kill your wife, you're going to kill yourself. So your baby's going to be here with no parents, but then you do it while they're in the home. And they're teenagers, knowing everything that's happening. Hey, Miss V. Truth, yes, they were still staying in the house together. He was recently served with paperwork saying he had to leave by April 3rd. See, there you go. There you go. So she took the steps to get him out that house. She took the steps and probably went to court or something or whatever to get him out the house, and he had to be out by the 30th. See, that's the thing though. That's the thing though. Once he was served on papers, it shouldn't have been no till April 30th. Because once you listen, if you're going through a tumultuous divorce and papers get served to one of the parties that they got to leave, just imagine. Okay, let's just say he got served the papers on today is the 17th, on the 13th, which would have been what, Monday or Tuesday. The 30th is how many days later, and in the meantime, in between time, this man mad. He is upset. He mad because he got to leave his home. So that get him up until the 30th to do some dumb shit. I mean, once it was determined that he had to leave, I feel like he should have had to leave that day. Thank you, Shay. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I don't know, amazing. I don't know the details of. I got plenty of videos though that we're gonna eventually find out what was going on, but I don't know it in the moment. But y'all get what I'm saying? Like if you serve the papers, you say this man got to be gone by the 30th. Anything can happen between when them papers were served and the 30th. And this is what happened. It's crazy. I don't know if it was it couldn't have been a restraining order because they still was in the house together. But I don't know. I don't know. We're gonna listen.
So what we know, I'm going back to January now. What we know
Hey,
is
Lady
that
Marie.
Mrs. Fairfax, at some point in time, they lived together while they were separated in separate bedrooms. At
See,
some point in time, we know Mrs. Fairfax installed several cameras inside the home, and we know that because when Mr. Fairfax called us to their
living
home.
together while separated, not a good idea. There's no separation. Yeah, you separated on paper as far as being married, but there's no separation. There has to be separation, especially if there's a history of domestic abuse. There has to be physical separation. Fuck that. You go in one room, I go in the other. No, it's not gonna work. So they were separated. He was still living in the house, but she got to a point to where she wanted him out the house. So that's when she got the papers filed, and this is what happens. This is what happens.
Back in January and alleged that his wife assaulted him in the home, we were able to go to those cameras and determine that never occurred. So that's the only time that the Fairfax County Police Department has ever been at the Fairfax home. Yes, so there's grandparents involved, other family members involved, our victim services division is involved, but so their well-being is a primary concern. Yeah, I don't want to go too far down the rabbit hole. I know that they were separated, living together.
Hold on. Well, I can only think it's the time of day is why this thing want to buffer a little bit, but it's not too bad.
Yeah, I don't want to go too far down the rabbit hole. I know that they were separated, living together. I know that there are divorce proceedings that are underway and court appearances that are scheduled and pending in the very near future. I know he was served some paperwork recently. Apparently, the paperwork indicated when he was next to appear in court. That may have been a spark. And detectives will figure that out. That led to this tragedy here. Again, a mother shot and killed, taken from her children, and then he takes his own life. So I think family, friends will probably look at this.
What are you confused about? He said on a particular day, Mr. Fairfax called the police and said that she assaulted him. They looked at the cameras and determined that was a lie. They determined that he basically he lied. Smooth said no paper, camera, bans or locks will stop a human in a manic state when they want to get at you. Absolutely. So that's true because there's been cases where, the woman or even the male have a restraining order on a person, and they still get to them. They still, get to them to unalive them. So yeah, yeah. Of course. Apparently, she never called on him because he just said, other than that night when he called, that's the only time the police had been out there. So apparently, she never called on him. Yeah. Because he just said that other than that night when he called, they had not been at that house before.
And look at chaos and trauma that people go through and probably any separation or divorce proceedings and likely determine that there were red flags along the way in retrospect.
I'm curious to know who filed for divorce at this point.
But certainly half of America probably goes through divorce proceedings at some point in time and very, very rarely, thankfully, does it ever end up like this. So very
I
sad
don't think that's true though, but I could be wrong. But I don't think it's rare that after somebody files for divorce, that something like this don't happen. I've heard enough. I've heard of enough cases to know it happens a lot. So there was no evidence of him being violent, so the police or the courts could kick him out. So the police or the courts could kick him out. Apparently there were papers served to him by the court saying he had to be out by the 30th. So I don't know. I don't know. He just said he was served papers Well, somebody put it in the chat, I think, but we'll hear, we'll listen.
For this community and the school buses here, and a lot of people who know the Fairfax family. Everybody's shocked. We're shocked. I don't know. We'll determine that. Yeah. The only thing I'm going to surmise before I get myself in trouble with detectives is that we know that recently Mr. Fairfax was served some type of paperwork indicating when he was scheduled to next appear in court for the ongoing divorce proceedings. So I guess that is something that we're looking at as something that may have led to whatever happened last night that led to the murder of a mother and a wife and a suicide. Under investigation. Obviously, we have two teenage children who are in the house, but our main concern is for their well-being right now. They are interacting with us, and certainly the son was the one who called 911 during a very chaotic situation. I mean, I can only imagine. I know Mr. Fairfax is and was an attorney. I know he returned to practice law after he served as lieutenant governor for Virginia. I otherwise don't know exactly what he was doing with his employment or his law practice. Just after midnight, just a few minutes after midnight. If there was a window, Drew, it was a very short window. So I think it all kind of happened at once. Obviously, the wife is shot and killed before Mr. Fairfax takes his own life. I think it was all at once. There wasn't a pause. There was never a moment where someone was holed up in a room or cops were here, and it all happened pretty spontaneously. No, he wasn't. There's a high bar to charge someone with making a false report. So, but our police officers, patrol officers investigated. They were able to corroborate that it didn't occur back in January. So no files or charges, but a police report was written. Yeah, I don't know about mental health or behavioral crisis. I do know, and I'm sorry to compete with the noise, that the family was going through seemingly a very tough time with the separation, with the divorce, etc. I can only imagine the stress that the parents felt, the kids felt, and the other family members as well. Yes, Serena Fairfax is our victim. Mrs. Fairfax was a dentist. Mr. Fairfax, obviously, the former lieutenant governor and a lawyer, and two teenage children in high school. Yes, both pronounced on the scene. Okay. To the best of my knowledge, it was January of this year, 2026. But we'll obviously dig into that and confirm it. Within minutes of the 911 call, we can get the exact time frame for you. Both teens were home. The son called 911. Oh, what? One boy and a girl. Yeah. Yes, everything shortly after midnight. And folks, that's all I got. It's kind of one of my practices never to say no more questions. So I'm not saying no more questions, but that's all I have right now. When we get more information, we'll be sure to share it with you. But right now, the focus is on the crime scene investigation and the kids. Thank you all.
All right, so this is another news clip. This is another news clip, and y'all know I got these clips in order as far as dates. Now this one, I'm trying to see. Let me look and see when this actually happened. I know it's been like a couple of days. I think. This was yesterday morning before they got more evidence and information. Apparently, he did. Okay, so we're gonna work up to that because y'all know I was just gonna stress that. Now, I think this news conference was held on. So it apparently happened on the 16th. Okay, which was yesterday. So that's when that news conference was held, and so this clip I'm about to play. From this news station was actually dropped 22 hours ago. So it was dropped on yesterday too as well. So all these clips, I'm imagining, except for this last one I got, was dropped on yesterday after all of this happened, right? So let's listen as the clips, as the clips go on, it's more information and more up to date. All right, so let's listen to this.
Back here on the Fox 5 Live Zone, it is our top story this afternoon. Yet again, all surrounding the breaking news out of Fairfax County, where former Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax and his wife now dead after an apparent murder-suicide. Fox 5's Melanie Alway filed this report earlier this afternoon.
2 bodies from this house on those gurneys, one after the other. The bodies of former Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax and of his wife as well. We know that they're going to be taking them to the medical examiner's office for those final preparations. But again, this all started to unfold around a little after midnight. This is when we know the initial call came in, and the person on the line, which Fairfax County Police Chief Kevin Davis has now confirmed to us was the older of the Fairfax couple's children, the teenage son. He initially said he thought his father had stabbed his mother. He described seeing holes in her shirt and that she was bleeding. When Fairfax County Police arrived, they indeed did find a woman unconscious and bleeding inside the home. Fairfax County Police then confirmed to me that she had actually been shot. The son told officers at that time he didn't know where his father was and said his father's car was still in the driveway. There was an area-wide lookout broadcast for a black male, 5'10" to 5'11", clean-shaven with short hair. K-9 and helicopter teams were brought in.
I'm just a little bit confused at what she reported, and I'm gonna tell you why. So the son said he initially thought, he was in the house when all this happened. So he said he initially thought that his mother was stabbed. She was shot twice, and then he said he didn't know where his dad was. Well, they did say he shot her in the basement. I don't know. That house probably is huge on the inside. That's a brick house. It's one of those older brick houses. It's probably huge on the inside. So, but he shot her down in the basement twice, and then he went upstairs to another room, the bedroom, I think maybe, and shot himself. So my question is, so apparently the son found the mom before he knew the dad was somewhere else in the house shot. So the son had to go down to the basement to see his mom down there in order to go back upstairs and call the cops, and then probably later saw the dad. But my question is, why didn't he hear gunshots? Now that I'm talking about it and saying it out loud, with my grandbabies, it's shit that can go on in this house, and they won't be the wiser. It can be a gunshot, it can be anything, because they got them headphones, the noise cancellation. The boys be on that. They got these headphones for their gaming device. That when they got them headphones on, they don't hear nothing. Sugar Lump walk around here. She could be standing in your face, and if she ain't looking at you, she don't hear you talking to her. Oh, the police found the dad. So my question is this: how did the son find the mom who was down in the basement before he saw the dad? And he said initially he thought she was stabbed, which means he didn't hear gunshots. That's the only thing that confuses me about that. That's kind of weird. I don't understand. I don't know. But let's listen.
Davis has now confirmed to us was the older of the Fairfax Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax and of his wife as well. We know that they're going to be taking them to the medical examiner's office for those final preparations. But again, this all started to unfold around a little after midnight. This is when we know the initial call came in, and the person on the line, which Fairfax County Police Chief Kevin Davis has now confirmed to us was the older of the Fairfax couple's children, the teenage son. He initially said he thought his father had stabbed his mother. He described seeing holes in her shirt and that she was bleeding. When Fairfax County Police arrived, they indeed did find a woman unconscious and bleeding inside the home. Fairfax County Police then confirmed to me that she had actually been shot. The son told officers at that time he didn't know where his father was and said his father's car was still in the driveway. There was an area-wide lookout broadcast for a black male, 5'10" to 5'11", clean-shaven with short hair. K-9 and helicopter teams were brought in. Then police radioed that they had discovered that man, or who they thought was that man, in another area of the house with what appeared to be a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. A gun was recovered, And he was pronounced dead at 12:37 a.m. The woman was pronounced dead at 12:34 a.m. And we learned here just before 9 a.m. that Fairfax County Police Chief Kevin Davis confirming that it indeed was former Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax and his wife as well. His wife, Serena, we can tell you, is a local dentist. She has her own practice. And we know that Justin Fairfax was prominent in Virginia politics. And unfortunately, what we were also hearing is that the couple was going through a very difficult divorce. It does appear from the papers that we've seen that his wife had initially filed for that, and Justin Fairfax was contesting some of the terms and some of the
so the wife is the one that filed. The wife is the one that filed for the divorce, and apparently he was. So the wife is the one that filed. Yeah, I'm sorry. I keep hitting this button, bringing my live up. Let me get my other device. But anyway, so the wife is the one that filed. Okay.
Timeline in that. And unfortunately, what we were also hearing is that the couple was going through a very difficult divorce. It does appear from the papers that we've seen that his wife had initially filed for that, and Justin Fairfax was contesting some of the terms and some of the timeline in that divorce. Here's what Fairfax County Police Chief Kevin Davis had to say about that.
This has been an ongoing domestic dispute surrounding what seems to be a complicated or messy divorce. So far, what we know is probably what you all know, and I don't think it's a secret that there's been a divorce proceedings that have been ongoing. From what I understand at this early stage, former Lieutenant Governor Fairfax was recently served some paperwork associated with an upcoming court proceeding that apparently led to this incident last night. Both of their children, teenagers, the boys older than the girl, were in the house when it happened. So that's horrible news for the family.
And we do know that family members have all now been notified and have been brought in, and they are certainly going to be there with these two young children, the teenagers. You can only imagine what a horrible thing for them to have to experience and go through, and it's not going to end for them ever. They're always going to have to deal with this for the rest of their life and relive those moments inside the house when their father shot and killed their mother and then turned the gun on himself. We did ask Police Chief Kevin Davis if there were any red flags that had been evident before, and he said in terms of mental health, no, but he did make note of a visit from Fairfax County Police to this home back in January, where Justin Fairfax alleged that his wife had been assaulting him. Well, it turns out that the wife had actually put a lot of security cameras inside the home during this difficult and messy divorce. So apparently they had separated. They were living inside the home, just in separate quarters, or maybe at some points they were in the house and others were out, but so the wife had put these cameras inside the house, and so when Justin Fairfax alleged that his wife had assaulted him, then police were able to look at those cameras, and they determined that in fact that did not happen. However, they didn't file any charges for false representation or false reports to police. They said, Kevin Davis said that was a pretty high bar. We also asked if the gun was legally owned, and at this point they're not able to say that, but that really isn't the prime concern from everyone at this point. We're hearing also from former Governor Ralph Northam, who was governor when Justin Fairfax was the lieutenant governor. And he was saying that he was praying, he and his wife were praying for them. They're devastated by this news, and they said their hearts are with the entire family at this difficult time. And also hearing from Fairfax County Board of Supervisors Chairman Jeff McKay, also saying it's just a tragedy of the deepest kind, saying he was just a historic figure. And we also know that they're asking everyone, if you or someone you know is experiencing a mental health crisis, that there are options out there for you. You can contact the Fairfax County Domestic and Sexual Violence 24-hour hotline at 703-360-7273 for support and resources.
That was Melanie Alwick reporting out of Annandale. Just minutes ago, we know that Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger releasing this statement. The governor stating that, I am deeply saddened by the tragedy that occurred last night. I'm praying for the Fairfax children, and I ask my fellow Virginians to hold them in your hearts in prayers. It is obvious that hearts remain very heavy this afternoon following this horrific incident that took place inside the Fairfax home. And as we heard Julie make mention just a while ago, both Justin and his wife were in the midst of a divorce. Earlier today, I got a chance to speak with Dr. Eugene Lippon. He is a researcher, author, and board-certified medical director to give us more perspective on all things surrounding divorce.
That is a key. So I think there is a lot of hurt feelings, and as people feel that they're not being felt or they're not being heard, that leads to separation. If you think about if a child is being separated from a mother, they feel very unhappy. So there is a certain amount of togetherness in a couple. Once that's being split and whatever is leading to a divorce, so one or both of them are saying that I want to be with you, and it leads to very real stress in many ways similar to having post-traumatic stress disorder, in the sense that you're anxious, you're thinking about it, can't sleep, and it sounds like I was reading a little bit about what was going on. It sounded like I had a lot of cameras in the house that was reviewed by police. It sounded like there was a lot of and apparently the man accused the wife, unfortunately, of physical abuse, and then that could have led to other things. So it's very scary. It's a very scary time, and that's why people need to negotiate and calm down.
Yeah. Yet again, we are discussing all things surrounding the now murder-suicide of Mr. Justin Fairfax and his wife. And speaking of murder-suicide, Dr. Lipoff, it is yet again to my understanding that it's typically driven by a collapse in identity and control. Please elaborate.
Yes, exactly. So when people get married, part of their identity goes into it. Look at the kind of wife I have, look at the kind of husband I have, and you're being rejected. Nobody likes rejection, but this is rejection to the next level, because now there are children involved in this whole thing, and finance, all of that. So being rejected is a very uncomfortable feeling. One of the ways people connect is oxytocin. Oxytocin is, people call it the love hormone. And then as that drops, it's very uncomfortable. In fact, what's interesting is if you take Tylenol for a breakup, it seems to take the sting out of the breakup. So it means the same biological parts of the brain are active as during physical pain.
We'll end with this, Dr. Lipoff, and that is, we know that according to one of the children that happened to be within the home, stumbled upon their mother and stated to authorities that it appeared as though their mother had been stabbed. We now know that she, in essence, was actually shot to death. And it is to my understanding that, well, firearms are typically involved with regard to murder-suicides.
That's very true. So it turns out that based on 2022 statistics, one-third of women who dies by homicide, it happens at the hands of loved one, which is a horrific statistic if you think about it. So one thing I do want to mention is that social media is going to propagate this further and further and cause very real changes in the brain. So toxicity of social media, so people who watch that, please be careful, minimize it, so you stay okay. But my heart goes out to the children. I have a very long road ahead of them.
Yeah, yet again, very tough times for the remaining, and that is after Justin Fairfax and his wife no longer with us. Apparently a murder-suicide.
All right, let's see.
WUSA 9 breaking.
The next clip, let me go to it. Hold on 1 second. Of course, it's from yesterday. All this is from yesterday. So let's listen to this one.
News now.
Tonight, we're tracking new developments in a heartbreaking story for our community. Police say Dr. Serena Fairfax was shot and killed by her husband, the former Virginia Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax. We thank you for joining us on a challenging day. I'm Leslie Foster.
And I'm Lorenzo Hall. So this all happened at the couple's home in Annandale overnight. WUSA 9 obtained the police radio recording from the moment officers arrived on scene after a 911 call from the couple's teenage son.
We are going to play a moment from that recording, but we do want to warn you, it is tough to hear.
Are stating that his dad might have stabbed his mom, saying that she's laying on the ground bleeding, can see holes in her shirt. Heard a fight about a minute ago. I don't know where his father is now.
Yeah, police later confirmed this was a murder-suicide and a shooting, not a stabbing.
Tonight, we've got the team coverage you've come to count on from WUSA 9. Matt Gregory is talking with Virginia lawmakers for their reactions to this tragedy. But we start with Matthew Torres, who joins us live from the scene in the Camelot neighborhood of Annandale.
Yeah, and Matthew, we know you've been going through a lot of the court documents here, and we know Justin and Serena, they were going through a divorce. What more can you tell us about what may have led up to this?
So that's right. Former Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax and his wife Serena were in the middle of contentious divorce proceedings. They had been married for 20 years. And based on new court documents that I was able to obtain, a judge ordered Mr. Fairfax to leave this home by the end of the month. And police believe the latest in their marital situation could have been the spark behind the shooting.
Just amazed, shocked, and because I knew them.
From the outside, neighbor Peter DeMeo knew there was a divorce in the works, but from inside their home, a bitter battle between former Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax and his wife Serena was seemingly intensifying.
This has been an ongoing domestic dispute surrounding what seems to be a complicated or messy divorce.
Fairfax County police say around midnight, Justin Fairfax shot and killed his wife in their basement before he went upstairs to turn the gun on himself. The couple's 2 teen children were inside the home at the time. One of them called 911.
Anything like this is upsetting, and then you think about the children, because their futures are big time changed.
The shootings happened less than a month after a custody hearing. In court documents, Serena says her husband was struggling with alcohol use. The court filings describe him as having completely withdrawn from loved ones, failing to pay bills, and unable to perform day-to-day tasks after he left office in 2022. In his order, the judge said losing...
Wait a minute, hold on. I want to hear this very, very carefully. This is the court documents, y'all. I want to hear what they say about these court documents.
Called 911.
Anything like this is upsetting. And then you think about the children, because their futures are big time changed.
The shootings happened less than a month after a custody hearing. In court documents, Serena says her husband was struggling with alcohol use. The court filings describe him as having completely withdrawn from loved ones, failing to pay bills, and unable to perform day-to-day tasks after he left office in 2022. In his order, the judge said losing his bid for Virginia Attorney General in 2013 and sexual assault allegations against him in 2019 that affected his political aspirations affected Justin. According to court filings, Justin bought a gun using money meant for his children's horseback riding lessons and had to be calmed down when he was found in the park with that gun. Despite mental health concerns and an inability to be a proper caregiver, the judge ordered the couple to have joint legal custody of their kids, allowing him unsupervised visitation.
Former Lieutenant Governor Fairfax was recently served some paperwork associated with an upcoming court proceeding. That apparently led to this incident last night.
Serena first filed for divorce last July, citing, quote, no expectation or hope of reconciliation. They had separated roughly a year earlier, but were still living in the same home. Her complaint says there was a post-nuptial agreement, but Justin failed to follow those terms.
Well, let's talk about it. So apparently she filed for divorce in July. Hold on. It's the timeline for me, y'all. It's very important. Because, see, they lived together for a minute. They lived together. They lived together separated for a minute. She finally files. They're still living together. He going through all this mental stuff like buying guns with, like, honestly, hey Queen. So, but the judge even though he's going through this whole mental breakdown, the judge grants him joint custody, which to me is weird because they was in the same house. So, but I guess just in case he leaves or whatever, I don't know. But I'm going to listen to this one more time, y'all. I apologize. Y'all know me. I be wanting... Let's pay close attention to this timeline because this is weird.
Because their futures are big time changed.
The shootings happened less than a month after a custody hearing. In court documents, Serena says her husband was...
So they had a custody hearing less than a month ago. Now, mind you, all this stuff is going on. All these hearings and things are going on and they still stand in the same house. Like I say, for me, recipe for disaster. They separated. They having these court hearings. She done filed for divorce, but yet they're still in the same home. And he's having a whole mental breakdown. Like I said, for me, recipe for disaster.
Struggling with alcohol use. The court filings describe him as having completely withdrawn from loved ones, failing to pay bills, and unable to perform day-to-day tasks after he left office in 2022. In his order, the judge said losing his bid for Virginia Attorney General in 2013 and sexual assault allegations against him in 2019 that affected...
He's had sexual assault allegations towards him in 2019. I got to look that up. Remember who he is. What that means? I don't know what that means. So he I'm gonna have to look that up. The sexual assault allegations.
That his political aspirations affected Justin. According to court filings, Justin bought a gun using money meant for his children's horseback riding lessons and had to be calmed down when he was found in the park with that gun. Despite mental health concerns and an inability to be a proper caregiver, the judge ordered the couple to have joint legal custody of their kids, allowing him unsupervised visitation.
Former Lieutenant Governor Fairfax was recently served some paperwork associated with an upcoming court proceeding. That apparently led to this incident last night.
Serena first filed for divorce last July, citing, quote, no expectation or hope of reconciliation. They had separated roughly a year earlier, but were still living in the same home. Her complaint says there was a post-nuptial agreement, but Justin failed to follow those terms. Neighbors say they didn't see this coming.
The possibility that there may be some marital issues, maybe divorce, that's what, beyond that, nothing.
And Fairfax County Police have been here at the scene since overnight, and we just had more investigators arrive here, presumably to collect more evidence from inside this house. Police say they did respond here at least one time. That was back in January when Justin Fairfax claimed that his wife assaulted him. But based on the security cameras inside the home, Chief Kevin Davis says that his claims were not corroborated. You know, after he left office, that Justin Fairfax was a practicing attorney in his own firm. Meanwhile, his wife was a dentist in this area. Guys?
So hard to wrap your brain around what happened behind you in that home, Matthew. There's so much loss.
So much tragedy unfolding for not just a family, but an entire community.
Thinking about the kids.
Indeed.
All right, Matthew, thank you.
So Justin Fairfax, as we know, began a term as Virginia's lieutenant governor back in 2018. And he is just the second African-American to be elected to the executive branch of Virginia state government.
Yeah, we want to bring in our Matt Gregory now. Matt, so how are other lawmakers in Virginia responding to this news tonight?
Yeah, Lorenzo, Leslie, many of us in this region know Justin Fairfax as the former lieutenant governor. Many of us covered him. Several of the current Northern Virginia elected officials served with him in Richmond. Everyone seemed to be searching for answers today to what became of the once promising politician.
Last Sunday.
In 2018, Justin Fairfax stood on the floor of the Virginia Senate, the second in charge of the Commonwealth of Virginia.
He was a very dignified lieutenant governor.
Serving in the chamber that day, Arlington County State Senator Barbara Favola. She's one of the many politicians grappling with this violent tragedy.
Aside to Justin, I never, ever would have expected or suspected. And it's just heartbreaking.
That's the sentiment from across Virginia politics. From Senator Mark Warner.
Unexpected, shocked. And for an awful lot of us that worked with Justin, he was an enormous talent.
To former Governor Ralph Northam saying this about his former deputy, quote, "My wife Pam and I are devastated by this heartbreaking news. I had the privilege of getting to know the Fairfaxes while our families served together. We're praying for Cameron, Carrie's, and the entire Fairfax family during this incredibly difficult time."
Justin Fairfax.
Justin Fairfax had a promising career that in 2019 seemed like he was on the cusp of becoming governor.
During that tenure, there was a scandal that unfortunately then Governor Northam dealt with. Justin's name was very quickly rising to be the next governor.
George Mason University political expert David Ramadan remembers in the same month the Northam scandal broke, not long after Fairfax dealt with one of his own.
Sexual assault accusations that came through, and then everybody backed off, even from the lieutenant governor.
Fairfax refused to resign, stayed in office, and was never charged. He ran for governor in 2021, but only received around 3% of the vote in the primary. Justin Fairfax never held public office again.
I regret the fact that I didn't get to know Justin better, actually.
This senseless, violent tragedy has some, like State Senator Barbara Favola, thinking about how they could have helped.
And my message to my friends is
this violent tragedy has some, like State Senator Barbara Favola, thinking about how they could have helped.
And my message to my friends is we really need to get to know each other, and we need to be there for each other when somebody is going through a personal crisis.
Matt Gregory, WUSA 9.
And ahead in our next half hour, we will dive a little deeper into Justin Fairfax's background and the accusations that derailed his political career.
But right now, we want to take a moment to shine a light on Dr. Serena Fairfax, who lost her life in this tragedy.
Yeah, she was a pillar of her community in Northern Virginia. She graduated from Virginia Commonwealth University back in 2005, and she's been a trusted dentist in Fairfax County ever since.
And it wasn't just her patients who benefited. Dr. Fairfax worked with nonprofits to bring dental care to people in need. Her work was just recently recognized with an Alumni Association Award from VCU as an outstanding graduate of the last decade. And there is a reality we cannot ignore when we talk about this tragedy. More than 40% of Black women experience domestic violence in their lifetime. That's according to the Institute of Women's Policy Research. And so we want to bring in an expert who is dedicated to supporting a community that is often overlooked. Joining me now is Karma Kotman, the CEO of UJIMA. This is a national resource center specifically focused on supporting the Black community through domestic, sexual, and community violence. And so, Karma, we thank you for making time on just a really, really heartbreaking day.
Thank you for having me, and I am heartbroken as well.
So I know you've heard the stories coming into our interview. Justin Fairfax had been essentially ordered to leave his home by April 30th. It sounds like access to his children, his money, his assets, all of that was about to change. And so these court documents appear to paint a picture of him spiraling for years and now losing really control of everything. From your experience, have you seen violence escalate when it appears everything is lost?
Leslie, it's been so difficult because, yes, we have seen that violence can escalate, and we're reminded that domestic violence is a pattern, right? And so while we see that there can be one incident that leads to something horrific, what we know is that there's been a cycle and a pattern of violence, which is what we've heard, right? That there have been.
I was the first one to say that it had to be some incidences of domestic abuse before this man decided to take his and her life. My issue with this whole thing right here is I haven't heard the cops say it. I haven't heard any of the news people say that there will. Even when the dude was reading the court papers, I did not hear the court papers say anything about abuse. Now we do know, like, this is the thing. we do know that women all the time are abused and never call the cops. So the fact that the police said the cops had never been out there for domestic violence other than the lie he told, that's one thing. That's for one, right? There was never any calls out to the home as far as her being abused by him. The second thing that gives me cause for pause by putting that whole domestic violence stamp on this is because in those court papers, when the guy was reading everything that led up to the divorce, unless I missed it, but I listened to it like you, I didn't hear anything. Now, I guess it's safe to say by him unaliving her that was domestic abuse. Hold on a minute, y'all. Hold on. All right, y'all, I'm back. So what I was saying was, I guess the whole, like I said, the whole thing about him unaliving her, that would be considered like some type of domestic abuse, right? But as far as hearing of any before, like with those, I want to try to get those court papers. I gotta start making myself notes. Hold on a minute, y'all. Let me get my what you call it. Hold on. Sonya said, I truly don't understand why the divorce courts makes people. They don't make them stay. I don't think they make them stay together. Make people stay together that no longer wants to be with one another. Allow space, and if they work things out, they can always remarry and don't force it. Now, I don't know those things. I don't think they make them stay together as far as living together. I think it's something that the parties decide. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if they make you stay in the same home once you file for divorce or legal separation or not. I don't know if cause see, to me, honestly, that would be like nonsense. Like, that would be, if somebody's filing for divorce, it's already tumultuous, right? That's the reason why they're getting a divorce. So why would you force a couple to stay in a home together when there's potential domestic violence or they file for a divorce? That has to be something, because the dude did say that Justin and his wife agreed to a post-separation agreement, which means they had to agree to stay in that house together. Get what I'm saying? Yeah, Miss V, and that be the thing. Like, that be the thing, especially if one of the parties is contesting a divorce, which he was. So he took that stance. I ain't leaving my house. I ain't leaving. I ain't leaving. So they came to an agreement that they both would be in the house together, which to me, honestly, the court should be making them separate. Come on now, like, honestly. They usually make them do counseling for. I don't know about all that, because I ain't have to do no counseling. I said I was done. Fuck a counseling. The counseling was done before I chose to file the divorce. So I don't know. I don't know if they all make them do counseling or not. I was done. You know. But let me write something down right quick. Gotta remind myself. Um. Yeah. Let me see. It was something else. It was something else I wanted to remind myself of. To get the court papers for the sexual assault case. Um. I don't remember what the second was, but it hit me. It hit me
in many incidences over a length of time and a period of time. And so we are reminded that domestic violence is very serious, that it can end in fatality, that we have to believe survivors, and that yes, there can be an incident that leads to something as fatal and heartbreaking as this.
Dr. Serena Fairfax filed for divorce. The couple was still living together. Is it common for survivors to remain in the same home during a contested?
You said the timeline. What timeline was I talking about, Sonya? Girl, see, this is what I'm saying, Sonya. You got to help me out because I just forgot it just that fast. That's why I got to write the shit down. Now what? You said the timeline. What timeline I'm talking about? I think they may have to do counseling if one of the parties don't want the divorce. Oh, like I said, I don't know, y'all. Y'all probably would know better than me about that whole counseling bit. I did the counseling. I did the counseling way before I decided I was done. And the counseling didn't work, so I was done. I wasn't finna do no more damn counseling. Once I decided I was done, I ain't want no more counseling. Because the counseling, one thing about counseling, the courts can make a force in the court order. Okay. The courts can order counseling, but let me tell you one thing about counseling. Counseling does not work if both parties are not willing to adhere to the counseling and allow the counseling to be a process and take its course. Some people go to counseling because they're ordered to go, and it don't work because their heart is not in it. They don't want to be there. They're just doing it because the judge ordered it, and it's not going to work. So, you know what I'm saying? Then it's just a waste of time. That's just a waste of time. When you decide to go to counseling, both parties have to be in agreement that that's what they want, that's what they need, and they're gonna do everything in their power to make it work. Like when the courts force somebody to go to counseling, it's not gonna work. They're gonna go, right? Because they've been ordered to go, but they're not gonna be accepting to it, if that makes sense. I've never been divorced, but I've heard of some cases. Oh, okay.
The divorce, and how dangerous is that?
It is dangerous. It's absolutely dangerous.
So Queen says she filed for divorce in Virginia. Let's see. They don't force counseling or engagement, but will force a party to leave a property before a final resolution. And see, that's what I'm saying, Queen. Like that should have been made. Like that ruling should have been made. Like they already had separated and stayed in the house for a year together. Once she decided to file for divorce, honestly, when the separation was legal, when they legally separated, I think they should have physically separated as well. But like I say, sometimes couples make that agreement that they both gonna stay in the home together until the whole proceeding is over. But I don't think it's a good idea, especially when you listen in those court papers. That one, the wife, she said that he was basically suffering a mental breakdown. Look, you're not finna be in the house with me and my kids and you losing your damn mind. This is not gonna work. Because look what happens when somebody is suffering a mental breakdown. Just imagine. She said dude wasn't right ever since he never made governor. They were separated a year and still living in the house before she even filed for divorce. She just filed for divorce in July. So they've been in that house that whole time, living together, and in the meantime, between time, he don't want to pay bills, he drinking. You get what I'm saying? Like it was just, oh my God, I wish somebody had just not been there. You know what I'm saying? Like he should have been. I can't even get it out, y'all, because it's just, to me, honestly, I don't get it. He should have been ordered to leave. Like she got the kids. He should have been ordered to leave. Can you imagine though, y'all? That's why that woman put them cameras in the house. Can you imagine living with somebody that you no longer want to be married to? You're legally separated. You done filed for divorce. The man losing his damn mind. Can you imagine that lady? That lady probably lived in all kinds of fear and all kind of stuff. But you have to live separately for 6 months. Now I get that part. I do know that's a thing right there. But I just don't understand why they shouldn't have been in the same house, y'all. They should not have been in the same house.
for divorce. The couple was still living together. Is it common for survivors to remain in the same home during a contested divorce?
See, lady, you thinking like me, lady. That lady thinking like me. Like, why in the hell was they still in the same house together? Let's see what old girl got to say.
And heartbreaking as this.
Dr. Serena Fairfax filed for divorce. The couple was still living together. Is it common for survivors to remain in the same home during a contested divorce? And how dangerous is that?
It is dangerous. It's absolutely dangerous, but it is something that we see happen. Survivors have to make choices, not only about their own safety, but about the safety of their children, about the surrounding for their children, about taking their children from their school and from their natural environment. And so survivors often make the.
I agree with that. I totally agree with that. You don't want to uproot your kids because they already going through something. But this is my thing. When it all boils down to it, when it all boils down to it, when you have to make that ultimate decision to protect your kids, do you take them up out of their school, or do you take them up out of that house so they don't experience what these kids experience? I thought about all that before I decided to jump ship. Before I decided, it was a process. I'm thinking to myself, okay, I'm going to get out of here. I'm leaving. I don't want him to know I'm leaving because I ain't got time to be fighting and arguing about this. I'm going to do it. If I had decided to pack up shit, or try to take furniture, try to take this and that and the third, he would notice, and this and that and the third, and then that's a fight. So I'm going to leave shit as is. It ain't going to be no clue that I'm going anywhere until that day that I decide to leave, and that's that day. In about 3 hours, I packed up clothes and everything that my kids packed their shit up. I packed my shit up, and we was out of there. There was no indication before then. But see, this is what I'm saying. Okay, you thinking about the safety of your kids, but you saying, oh, that the church shouldn't be uprooted, this and the third. And I get it. If he was a man, he should have left that home and left that wife and the children there. So them children, they can have some type of normalcy, right? But he wasn't thinking straight. The man was losing his damn mind. He was contesting the whole thing. So of course he's not going to agree to him leaving the house, right? So you as a mother, as a parent, you gotta say, look. Fuck that. You can't look. You gotta think about money because you need money to survive. I get it. Look, I stayed and stacked my money. This nigga was giving me money that I was stacking to move, and he didn't even know it. You get what I'm saying? I didn't pay no bills. He paid all the bills, and on top of that, I was asking for money. Like, I need such and such amount to do this and the third. One thing about him, he never questioned me about no money. He never knew what I made on my job. He never knew what I had in my bank account. And anytime I asked him for money, he just gave it to me. He didn't question. So that made it easy for me to stack my money in order to, when I was ready to go, I was out of there. See, you got to think about it. You got to think about, okay, they're going to be uprooted from their school. They're going to have to change schools and this and that and the third. But do you do that, or do you stay in the home and ultimately something like this happen? I'm just saying, it's hard decisions. It's big decisions. And every situation is different. But the whole staying in the house thing, I don't agree with. You gotta leave. You have to leave.
Choice to keep their children safe, to keep their children in an environment that feels comforting and to an environment that feels normal, particularly in an instant like this when this family has lived.
Look what their normal was, though, ma'am. Look what their normal was. You say to keep them in a normal, normal. That shit wasn't normal what they were going through in that house. That woman had to put in cameras. They was going through a divorce proceeding. I'm sure there was arguments and things of that nature. So was the normal, the normal should have been changed. The woman apparently was living in some type of fear. She had to put cameras all over the house. So is the normal the best route? I'm just saying. I'm speaking from experience. Sometimes you got to break that normal in order to be okay. You got to break that shit. That normal was not normal, and it was not okay.
Has had such incredible upheaval. This mom might and did, it seems like, make a choice to sacrifice her safety for the livelihood of her children.
Whenever we do these,
and she did, but she could have also been jeopardizing their safety. because, and I'm glad it didn't happen. Thank God that he could have decided after unaliving her to unalive those kids and then himself. But thank God that didn't happen. But she did sacrifice her safety. She did that. She made the ultimate sacrifice in order to stay in that house and you know what I'm saying, keep that man there and keep Jesus, Lord have mercy.
Kinds of stories about domestic violence. And Chief Davis said this during his press conference earlier today, that there are some red flags that people may not have fully realized. Yet people often say, why didn't that person leave? And we know that moment is the most dangerous. And you add a firearm. And I'm just curious, because I'm looking at the statistics here from your organization, which are staggering. When you add a firearm, what does that mean for Black women specifically?
For Black women, we are 6 times more likely.
I'm trying to understand why they putting black and white on this. Like, I don't understand why they can't just say women. I hate when they do that. Like, honestly, Black women ain't the only women that suffer through domestic violence. But if they want to just stick to that, okay, cool. But I think that's weird. I think when you talk about domestic violence and women, it should be all women, not just Black women. Like, that's just weird. But you know, they always got to separate. It's just like living in segregation. We still, do people not realize that we're still living in segregation? People just don't pay attention to it, but it still exists. It definitely still exists. Just them sitting up there talking about Black women alone. Like, it's women, period. The hell? Why you got to put a color on?
To die as a result of domestic violence, particularly when there's a firearm available. And so what we know is that the possession of
only Black women, yeah, we suffer, but we ain't the only ones. White women suffer too. White women suffer too. Why it gotta be just Black men beating Black women? Shit. Hell, I thought she was white. I'm gonna be honest. I had to keep looking. He damn near white, and I thought she was white. I'm just saying. I thought she was white.
Access to a firearm often leads to harm for Black women. And I have to repeat this over and over again, because one of the very first things we know that survivors encounter when they talk about domestic violence is this question, like, why didn't you leave? And what we know from experience, what we know from survivors, is that moment when a survivor chooses to seek safety, to share what has happened in their relationship, that is the moment that their relationship becomes the most dangerous.
You know.
So what the situation she was in wasn't dangerous? The decision to stay and let him stay and be in that house together wasn't dangerous? I'm just asking for a miracle. Because at this point, she's unalive. I did too, Miss Ann. I thought she was white. And I really didn't care just by looking at her, though. I thought she was white. It really didn't matter, you know.
Our hearts and minds just keep going to the children, right? They've lost their parents, their home is a crime scene, and they were there. The son called police. What happens to children who witness or experience this kind of loss?
I think that is what just gives me so much pain and so much pause. We know that these children's lives will never be the same. There is years and years of harm that's caused not only by domestic violence incidents in the moment, but by what we are seeing in terms of the discussions that are going to happen, that they have access to online. And so they are having to relive this moment over and over again. What we know happens is there's incredible mental harm that happens. There can be physical harm. There are lifelong, real life consequences to someone living in a home where there is domestic violence, but then where there is this kind of incident where a child has seen their parents harmed. It's irreparable.
I just, before you leave, because we've got you here and you never know who's watching and who might see this and might be moved to do something differently, what is the one thing you want people to know who may need help?
The one thing that I want people to know is that we have to believe survivors when they tell us. Very often we hear or we think that a survivor looks like a particular thing or should say a particular thing. And what I remind people over and over again is that there is no face to domestic violence. It can impact any of us. So if someone tells you, believe them. Figure out and learn about resources that are available to yourself, to your family, to your friends. Know the domestic violence hotline, which is 1-800-799-SAFE. You can visit our website to learn about other resources, but also become aware. Understand what is happening in relationships. And when someone comes to you and they say that something has happened, we've got to believe them. We've got to trust them.
Karma Kottman, CEO of Ujima, we thank you for your voice and your work on this. And again, all of us are thinking of the entire Fairfax family tonight in the wake of just this devastating loss.
Thank you.
And of course, you just heard Karma mention this. When we cover stories like this, there are so many questions. How do we move forward? How do we prevent these things from happening again? Well, we can start by reminding you that there's help available. There are some resources on your screen right now. The National Domestic Violence Hotline is 1-800-799-SAFE. You can also chat with someone live at thehotline.org or text the word START to 88788. These resources are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And remember, you are never alone.
We're following breaking news, a terrible case of violence.
Next, we go to our Law and Crime Network, okay, on the case. So we're going to get into this one. If y'all notice, even though a lot of these, I say this all the time, although a lot of the information that we get out of these video clips are repetitive, there's always something new in each one, which is the reason why I choose them to play, okay? So let's listen to the Law and Crime Network. Y'all continue to put questions in the chat. Thank y'all for joining. I appreciate it. Make sure y'all tapping that like button, okay? To like the live stream. Subscribe if you're not subscribed. Thanks so much.
Hands of a father who was once described as one of the most powerful men in Virginia.
Certainly, this is a high-profile family. At one point in time, I think it's fair to say that Justin Fairfax, before he was lieutenant governor, while he served as lieutenant governor, and even afterwards, was a rising star politically, not just in Northern Virginia, but in Virginia.
Justin Fairfax was once lieutenant governor of the state of Virginia, a husband and a father, and now he and his wife are dead.
From what I understand at this early stage, former Lieutenant Governor Fairfax was recently served some paperwork associated with an upcoming court proceeding.
We're on the case presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. Justin Fairfax was once considered a rising star in the world of politics, and he was a husband, he was a father, and knowing who he was, it makes what happened overnight just so difficult to understand. And I'll warn you as we go through this, there are some difficult details, difficult pieces of audio that you are going to hear.
Car stating that his dad might have stabbed his mom, seen that she's laying on the ground bleeding, can see holes in her shirt. Heard a fight about a minute ago, unknown where his father is now.
Now that's the call that dispatchers put out to law enforcement after a 911 call came in Fairfax, Virginia, just outside Washington, D.C. after midnight, and authorities responded to a home on Guinevere Drive.
It seems like the murder took place in the basement. It's described to me as a unfinished basement in the home.
Even though the initial 911 call came in as a stabbing, authorities say it was a gun used in this case. In the dispatch call, police found Serena Fairfax, Justin Fairfax's wife since 2006, the mother of his children, in the basement, and she was dead. At that point, it was unclear where the former lieutenant governor had gone.
I haven't cleared the house out yet, but I have the son with me downstairs. The unit's on scene to clear the house. Husband's car is still in the driveway.
Now, it sounds like police searched the area around the Fairfax's home looking for the former politician. It's unclear if they knew who he was at that time after they had found his wife dead in the basement.
It's going to be a 45-year-old unconscious, not breathing. We're looking for a black male, 5'1", clean-shaven.
But it was roughly 15 minutes after that first call came in that authorities found Justin Fairfax dead in a bedroom.
431 Alpha, we got another subject down in the bedroom upstairs.
Sure, that's 023.
I think this is going to be our subject. He's got a firearm with himself, inflicted gunshot wound to the head.
Justin shot and killed his wife. He runs upstairs in the home and into the primary bedroom, apparently, and shoots and kills himself.
Police say the former lieutenant governor killed his wife of roughly 20 years, Dr. Serena Fairfax, who was a dentist. The two of them met as students at Duke University. They had been married since 2006, nearly 20 years. They have 2 teenage children, and it was their son who called 911. Now, there's no reason a story like this will ever make sense, no matter who's involved, but police say the Fairfaxes were going through a divorce, and it appeared to be a messy one.
From what I understand at this early stage, former Lieutenant Governor Fairfax was recently served some paperwork associated with an upcoming court proceeding. That apparently led to this incident last night. Both of their children, teenagers, the boys older than the girl, were in the house when it happened. So that's horrible news for the family. Certainly a traumatic event for those children to live through. But we know that it all kind of culminated last night.
Court documents show that it was Serena who filed for divorce in July of last year. She claimed the two of them had separated in June of 2024, but they were living together in the same home. They lived in separate bedrooms, but they were under the same roof. The document also states that the Fairfaxes had a post-nuptial agreement, and it appears that they had been arguing in court about that after Serena had filed for divorce. They disagreed over how that P&A was going to be applied in their divorce. I have a divorce attorney, Randy Kessler, who's going to be joining me here in just a moment, and there's an interesting law in Virginia pertaining to divorce and how that may have factored into what played out. There's still, of course, so much that we don't know. Now, the document doesn't state what the reason for the Fairfaxes' divorce was, but police say that Justin Fairfax did call them and make allegedly a false accusation of assault against his wife in January.
In January of this year, Mr. Fairfax calls the police and alleges that his wife assaulted him. We responded to that scene. There are several cameras set up inside the house. Apparently, Mrs. Fairfax, at some point during these divorce proceedings, set up a lot of cameras inside the home. We reviewed those cameras, and we corroborated that the alleged assault never occurred. So there was no arrest made. There was a report written, but the allegation that Mr. Fairfax made in January that Mrs. Fairfax assaulted him was proven to be untrue.
Police say that Fairfax was not cited for making a false report in that situation. Police say there were cameras inside the Fairfax home that Serena had put up as the divorce proceedings had gone on. And those cameras, police say, will be used as evidence in this case because they say the cameras were rolling last night when those gunshots were fired.
Well, I know that they were separated, living together. I know that there are divorce proceedings that are underway and court appearances that are scheduled and pending in the very near future. I know he was served some paperwork recently. Apparently, the paperwork indicated when he was next to appear in court. That may have been a spark. The detectives will figure that out. That led to this tragedy here. Again, a mother shot and killed, taken from her children, and then he takes his own life.
Justin Fairfax served as lieutenant governor in Virginia under Democratic Governor Ralph Northam between 2018 and 2022. Fairfax was only the second.
Tasha, how many people you know? It happens. Don't get it twisted. It definitely happens because that's how they held that woman who the case we was covering where the mama lied about the baby. Remember when the baby went missing and she lied and said the baby had walked about the house? So, but they arrested her with a purpose, right? They arrested her because the reason why they arrested her for lying to the police, right, is because they felt like she had done something to the baby right off the rip. Like, honestly, the police felt that she had did something to the baby. So they pretty much locked her up to keep her locked up in order to investigate and this, that, and the third. But on a regular, how many people you know get locked up for calling the police? Because let's just talk about it. Even though he did it this time, it's plenty of women and men, that call the police and lie. Call the police and lie. And, people rarely get locked up for lying to the police, which, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. It's unless the police just want to lock your ass up, people rarely get locked up for lying to the police. Even when being questioned about a murder or something, you know what I'm saying? Well, but still, and then too, just like Boogie said, you gotta think about who he is. You gotta think about it's all about the circumstance. It's all about the circumstance, right? Because it could have been another, regular Joe Schmo that called the police and said his woman hit him and she did, and then he lied and they may arrest him. So, like I say, it's all about the circumstance. But all in all, I feel like not enough people get locked up for lying to the police, honestly. You know what I'm saying?
Second African-American ever to be elected to statewide office in Virginia. The controversy in his career came in 2019 when two women accused Fairfax of sexual assault. They say,
oh, this is what I want to research. This right here, what happened back in 2019. I want to research it, which is not right, but yeah, that's why this happened. Now, why? Because they didn't arrest him? They weren't going to be able to hold him, Natasha. They weren't, even if they had arrested him, he would have been out of jail that night. And it probably still would have happened because they did not need to be in the house together. Had they arrested him, he would have been right back out. It's a charge, but it's not a charge that's going to hold you. He probably going to have a bond, which he probably had the money in his pocket for the bond, and he would have been right back at the house. The reason why this happened is because those people were still in that house together. No, because favoring him for who he was. That ain't. So you feel like they favor him because of who he was, and because they favor him for who he was, they didn't arrest him, and this is why this happened. That's your opinion. That's your opinion. My opinion is, even if they had arrested him, he would have got out, went back to the house, and it probably still would have happened. It probably still would have happened. Because like I say, he wasn't going to stay locked up long, and he was going to go right back to that house.
Only the second African American ever to be elected to statewide office in Virginia. The controversy in his career came in 2019 when two women accused Fairfax of sexual assault they say allegedly happened between 2000 and 2004. Fairfax denied those allegations, which happened before he was married. Fairfax says his interactions with the women were consensual. One of them, according to CBS, claimed that they were sexually assaulted by Fairfax at the Democratic National Convention in 2004, and another accused him of sexual assault when they were students at Duke University, which is where he ended up meeting his wife. Now, Fairfax denied those allegations and said he took a polygraph test and passed. Also in 2019, Fairfax came very close to becoming the governor of Virginia. You may remember Ralph Northam was at the center of a controversy when an old yearbook picture from 1984 showed him in blackface at a party where someone was dressed in a KKK costume. The yearbook was from when he was in medical school. Many people called for Northam to resign, but he stayed in office. Had he stepped down, it would have been Fairfax who would have taken that top job. Fairfax himself ran for governor in 2021, but he finished fourth in the Democratic primary and then left public office. Once in private life, police say that Fairfax went into private law practice. And one of his final Facebook posts from 2024 mentions that he represented 7 of the 12 families of victims killed in a 2019 mass shooting at a municipal building in Virginia Beach. It is one of the deadliest workplace shootings in U.S. history. And that post mentioned that Justin wanted more mental health services for those who were impacted by the shooting. One other note on his divorce, the documents that we have show that his wife had hired a law firm to represent her in the divorce proceedings. Fairfax appears to have been representing himself. Joining us now to break down some of the details of what may be at the center of what is a very...
That's crazy. Let me hear that again. She hired a law firm that he was representing.
7 of the 12 families of victims killed in a 2019 mass shooting at a municipal building in Virginia Beach. It is one of the deadliest workplace shootings in U.S. history. And that post mentioned that Justin wanted more mental health services for those who were impacted by the shooting. One other note on his divorce, the documents that we have show that his wife had hired a law firm to represent her in the divorce proceedings. Fairfax appears to have been representing himself. Joining us now to break down...
In the divorce proceedings, he was representing himself. Okay. Which makes sense. He's a lawyer, but they still say if you have yourself as a lawyer, you got a fool for a lawyer. So even though he was a lawyer, he should have had representation, but that's neither here nor there. Hold on.
Down some of the details of what may be at the center of what is a very, very tough story. Family law attorney Randy Kessler, thanks for your time today. I read through this document and it just seems like it was a messy divorce, to say the least, between the Fairfaxes that was ongoing. What did you see when you read through it?
Well, I haven't seen the whole file, but from what I read, it was a complicated divorce. And what was complicated about it was partially the laws involved, right? In Virginia, it seems you have to be separated for a year. A lot of states have rules that say, we don't believe that you want a divorce. We want to make sure you want a divorce. You've got to be separated for a year before we'll give you a divorce. And maybe it was well-intentioned. Most laws are well-intentioned. I'm actually here right now, Chris, at the ABA Family Law Section meeting in Washington, where we talk about laws from all the different states and compare them. And a lot of people agree.
Well, wait a minute. Law. Was that a law in Virginia? Did he say that was an absolute law in Virginia? That would explain why they was separated for a year before she filed for a divorce. That would explain that. Let me see.
We want to make sure you want a divorce. You've got to stay.
Tweet your time today. I read through this document and it just seems like it was a messy divorce, to say the least, between the Fairfaxes that was ongoing. What did you see when you read through it?
Well, I haven't seen the whole file, but from what I read, it was a complicated divorce. And what was complicated about it was partially the laws involved, right? In Virginia, it seems you have to be separated for a year. A lot of states have rules that say.
All right, so that explains why they were separated for a year. Still doesn't explain to me why somebody ain't leave, but okay. But the law in Virginia is you have to be separated for a year before you actually file for a divorce. To me, that's just, oh my God, it's just asinine. But okay, that's why she waited a year before she filed for a divorce.
We don't believe that you want a divorce. We want to make sure you want a divorce. You've got to be separated for a year before we'll give you a divorce. And maybe it was well-intentioned. Most laws are well-intentioned. I'm actually here right now, Chris, at the ABA Family Law Section meeting in Washington, where we talk about laws from all the different states and compare them. And a lot of people agree that when you try to make people stay together, thinking that will make them stay married, you end up with things like this, right? We're grown-ups. If me and my wife work on our marriage for 4 years and it just doesn't work, why should the state tell me I have to officially be separated for a year? Why would they keep me in that limbo? And that seems to be part of the problem. I don't know what caused him to snap. I don't know what caused the divorce, the murder. But, keeping people in a bad situation with the hope that maybe they'll stay married because marriage is a good thing, which it usually is, sometimes backfires. And this may be one of those situations.
Absolutely.
And according to police,
it's asinine. If somebody wants a divorce, give them a divorce. You think because you make them stay married for a year, they're going to, like, that's ridiculous. Good morning, Brandy. Good morning. That's what I mean. Let them be free. Right. Two of them just coming in, but are you covering 2 stories? Yes. I'm covering this and the, in about a few minutes after we listen to this in the last clip, I'll be covering the Ashley Janae story, which is going to carry into tomorrow. Ooh, carry over into tomorrow.
Serena Fairfax had just served Justin Fairfax with papers, and police believe potentially that may have lit, the spark that led to this terrible case of violence. Because when I look at this, like, they're living in the same house, and it's like the document says, like, I think she first said she wanted this divorce all the way back in 2024. And so, you have them separate bedrooms, but living in the same home. And it just seems like, from what we're learning, it was a very contentious relationship, to say the least. Like, how is it that people can actually live under the same roof, but then have these legal proceedings that are going on?
Yeah, it sounds crazy. And look, and I'm
And what I'm thinking is not far-fetched. He asking the same question just like the other lady asked the same question. It seems to be ridiculous. Hey, Tanya. It seems to be ridiculous. It seems to be asking for something like this to happen.
Got a healthy, if you call it, a divorce practice where most of our clients can afford to find a second residence. Most people can't afford it. These folks probably could afford it. I don't know if they could or could not, but it's not uncommon. In fact, it's very common that you file for divorce and you don't leave the house because no one wants to leave the house where the children are, right? I'll leave the house, but then I'm leaving my children. Or I'll leave the house, but usually we have to figure that stuff out. What is going to be the parental arrangement? It's a scary thing to leave a house and not be guaranteed you're going to have access to your children or to your things. So a lot of times people start the case. When we start our divorce cases, it's often our advice that you do be out of the house. We want the client to be away from their spouse because that's the danger inflection point. When someone gets served with divorce papers, it's a statement that the person who you love and care for and chose to be with the rest of your life has rejected you. As nicely as we can say it, as calmly and as manila, we can spell it out that this will be a simple divorce, no hard feelings. It's just not going to work for our client. There's just no nice way to say, I don't want to be married to you anymore. It's just the most offensive slap in the face. And sometimes people react harshly. It's a very terrible situation emotionally for most people. Every now and then 2 people will come to it at the same time, and it's a more grateful when clients walk in. I hope that they say, me and my spouse have both agreed that we shouldn't be together. We just have to figure out how to divide the assets and share the children. That's my dream client that comes in. Unfortunately, there are not many like that, and we have to wait until they both accept that there's going to be a divorce.
So in this divorce document, they're talking about a P&A. I assume that's a prenuptial agreement that they had to
in this case, actually, Chris, I think it was called a postnuptial agreement because they were already married. So
right, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
What is that? So how did that, like, in terms of the legal terms, I know we're talking about this like waiting period, where it said, like, in the P&A that he would buy her out of the house, and there's some things related to like mortgage payments, and then he was contesting that. And then apparently in January, he actually won that part of it, it seemed. Like, can you just, as someone who looks at these documents all the time, I certainly don't, like, what am I actually reading there?
So from a legal perspective, from an intellectual perspective, it was very interesting. First of all, we all know what premarital or prenuptial agreement is. Before the marriage, you decide how you're going to divide the monies. You can't divide the children ahead of time because things change. Somebody who's a good parent today may not be tomorrow. But you pre-decide how to divide the monies. A postnuptial agreement does the same thing. It's just signed after the nuptials, after the marriage. So you can have a postnuptial agreement signed the day after the wedding, 10 years after the wedding, and it decides how to divide property. What's intellectually interesting to me in this matter is that in Virginia, you have to be separated for a period of time before the judge can grant the divorce. And what the judge found was that because they negotiated a postnuptial agreement saying in that we are signing this because we're going to try to make our marriage work, but in the event our marriage doesn't work, here's how we divide assets. Therefore, they were not in a valid period of separation. So he sort of turned the postnuptial agreement on its head to say, you can't get a divorce yet because you showed you were willing to try again. So that was sort of interesting. I don't think I've seen that before, especially because in Georgia, you don't have to have a waiting period. If you want a divorce, you figure it out.
Because then I also just, like, from the legal part of it, there's that intellectual back and forth, but then it's like police today saying that there was this call back in January, which was around the time, that is the month that, the court decided on that particular issue where Justin Fairfax allegedly accused Serena Fairfax of assaulting him, but she had installed cameras inside the house. And so police looked at those, no assault occurred. They say that the bar is pretty high to show that someone filed a false police report or something like that. So he didn't face charges, but it's like, how does the court system then look at that and say, well, yeah, we have this waiting period that we have to kind of figure out. But at the same time, it just seems like a dangerous situation, at least on the outside, when you have something like that playing out, and yet they still are allowed to live in this, I mean, you can live wherever you want, but like they're still allowed to live in the same home. It just seems like there are some red flags that are coming up about how this was going.
Yeah. And those people that might be watching this show or this broadcast, I'd love to talk to them if they're going to be legislators or vote on certain laws, because legislators all think that making people wait to get a divorce until they've been separated for a year helps. In this situation, you know, they were together. She might not have been able to afford to move out. She didn't, you know, when you can get a quicker divorce, you know how much money you're going to have to afford to move out. You know what your time with the children is going to be. Yes, this was obviously a volatile situation. Anybody who's filed papers against their spouse is concerned that it could one day escalate. Somebody could just snap or break. Just the fact that, you know, he's a public figure, nobody's immune from this kind of behavior. And, you know, yes, there should have been telltale signs, but Chris, we can't go in and change the law for one case. The law in this case is a law in all cases. You have to be together. You have to be separated for a period of a year before we can grant you a divorce. I think the back and forth, that might have affected the division of property. It might have affected the parenting time with the children. You know, unfortunately, with both of them being deceased, we'll never know, you know, what their lives could have been like. Yeah, that's another sign that sometimes, and I also want to be clear, most legislators have good intentions. And when they say there's a waiting period, there are often exceptions. If there's family violence, if there's domestic violence, you can shorten the period, you know. But what if there's almost domestic violence, and I know that my spouse is going to be violent when this happens, but it hasn't happened yet, and I can't prove it? Am I being forced to stay and try to stay married until something bad happens? It's a tough situation. I think if you're a grown up, if you can make the decision to get married, you should be able to make the decision to get divorced. And I have beef with legislators who say we're doing a good thing by making people
his ass backwards, because you know what they should be doing is making people wait before they get married. That's what should be the law. Okay, you come down here, you say you want to get married. Okay, y'all gonna wait a year. See how it work out. See how living together goes. See if y'all gonna like each other in a year. It's ass backwards. Like that law should be enforced for before you get married and after. Because once a motherfucker filed for divorce, that means they're done. Now don't get it twisted. We do have those that have filed and taken it back. You know what I'm saying? I get it, but to me, if a person decides they want a divorce, it's over for whatever reason, especially if it's violence or anything. Give the person a divorce. Negotiate the terms. You got to stay married a whole year to a motherfucker that you don't want to be around. You don't want to have nothing to do with. You done. It's over. And then you got to wait a year before you can actually get a divorce from that person. Like, that's torture. That is complete torture. Okay?
stay married for a year and try to work it out before we as the state will allow them to get a divorce. You know, we don't have a year.
That's basically the state telling two grown people what the fuck to do. You don't want to be married, but we're going to make you stay married. Hell, we might well go back to the times where there was arranged marriages and shit of that nature. Go back to them times. Go back to when you had that you was made to marry somebody. Like it's just weird.
Long waiting period to get married. Maybe that should be the answer. You should have to date for a year and know each other well.
Oh, why I be thinking like these people? Y'all know I ain't seen this video. Y'all know I have not seen this video, and this man just literally just said what I said. Damn it, I should have been a lawyer. I know it. The man just said what I said. That's what I'm saying. It's ass backwards. Say it again, brother. Even though I don't know if you're a brother or not, but you my brother. So say it again.
I know that my spouse is going to be violent when this happens, but it hasn't happened yet, and I can't prove it. Am I being forced to stay and try to stay married until something bad happens? It's a tough situation. I think if you're a grown-up, if you can make the decision to get married, you should be able to make the decision to get divorced. And I have a beef with legislators who say we're doing a good thing by making people stay married for a year and try to work it out before we as the state will allow them to get a divorce. You know, we don't have a year-long waiting period to get married. Maybe that should be the answer. You should have to date for a year and know each other well before you get married. Maybe that would be a better solution. But
come on, brother. That's what I'm saying. If you're going to impose anything, that should be imposed. Then maybe these people that's getting married just to get married out the See. I think like a lawyer, y'all.
this is just a tough. There's no one size fits all. There's no right answer, but that is sort of an awkward issue that I sort of have a pet peeve about.
No, and it's a good point, because I think on the surface you understand like the good intention behind it, of like, you don't want people who are like, you get into a fight and you're upset and then you're just going to run to the courthouse and then suddenly you're divorced and then that ends up being a mess. But it just seems like, from what we know about what's been alleged at this situation, that they were living in the same home. And then you have this day, and I know I kind of keep hitting on the same point. It's just like around the time police say he has served divorce papers, like they're supposed to go to bed in the same home at night. And it leads to this altercation. We don't know if he legally owned the gun. Not that that particularly matters, but you add a firearm to the situation. That doesn't make things any safer. And it's just like the idea that there's like, I mean, even outside of the state of Virginia, like on that day that papers are filed, I'm sure you've been there for that. Like it's emotional. How do they end up doing it? And then, the court just says, all right, we'll see you at your next court appearance.
That is Randy. I knew he's looked familiar, Carla, but I thought because he be on here a lot too. And I thought that's why he looked familiar, but that is Randy. He on the Atlanta Housewives, right? Is it the Atlanta Housewives? Because I think he was, who lawyer was he? Randy. That's him. He be on the Housewives. And I thought he looked familiar, but I thought I recognized him from this show because he's always on this show. But that sure is him. That's him. Oh, Randy. Randy, I've been liking you, Randy.
Well, first of all, most Americans, half of all people that file for divorce, don't even get legal advice. They Google it, they research, and they don't have lawyers. I'm going to give some free legal advice that I think is very valuable. And not everything is appropriate for everybody, but if you're going to serve your spouse with divorce papers, or any lawsuit for that matter, think about where you can be that's safe for the immediate time period following up, for the first few minutes, for the first few hours, for the first few days. There's nothing illegal about saying I'm going to be out of town or moving out of town or moving to a hotel for a few days until the other person digests what's happening and can get back to a rational way of dealing with it. It's just, if we save one person's life by getting that out there, great, let's put the word out there. But yes, you're exactly right, Chris. When you get served papers, even though you should expect it maybe because your marriage is bad or your spouse has told you they're going to do it, there's still nothing that can prepare you for seeing in black and white your spouse doesn't want to be with you anymore and they want a divorce and they want you to pay money and they want your kids. I mean, it's just a harsh thing, and it's a harsh day for anybody. The most solid, stable person, former lieutenant governor, who could hold it together in public, even for him, that's a harsh reality to face.
Professionally, he was an attorney, and I noticed on the divorce document he was representing himself. She had a law firm. He's representing himself. I mean, clearly, I believe he was in private practice since he left public office. I mean, this was someone who was a real rising star in politics. Was the second most powerful person in a lot of ways in Virginia government for 4 years. But at the same time, I mean, you bring the emotional part into it. Even someone who's an incredibly skilled lawyer. And I know as a divorce attorney, you'd like to see people hire divorce attorneys, I'm sure. But at the same time, like, she has this law firm representing her, but then he, going through this, and he's the one who is being divorced. She divorced him.
Nene. That was Nene's lawyer. I was thinking, at first I was thinking, Ken, but no, he was Nene's lawyer, right? I remember Randy. Trust Randy.
How does that play out, I guess, emotionally for people? Like, is that a good idea to represent yourself, even though I'm sure you're saving a lot of money?
And Todd.
Yeah. It sounds like a sales pitch for my book, Divorce.
Well, right. That's why I said, yeah.
But the truth of the matter is, I'm not saying go out and hire lawyers and spend thousands of dollars. Have an initial consultation. There are divorce lawyers that will meet with you for free for an hour. Get some knowledge. Knowledge is power. People are using AI and Google, which it can be okay. It can be a start, but, do some homework. And why not find a good lawyer for an hour? Even if you have to pay $200, $500 for 1 hour time, or find somebody that will do it for free. Then at least you'll know what you're missing by not having a lawyer involved. Because, a lot of lawyers even that don't do divorce work dabble in it and think, I can do this. But it's not just law. I mean, we see in this case more clearly than almost any other case. It's law, it's human nature, it's emotion, it's common sense, it's practicality. And divorce lawyers who've been through this vicariously over and over and over see some commonalities. And maybe, just maybe, a divorce lawyer would have been able to prep them a little bit better, help them, guide them towards therapy. Who knows? But yes, I agree. It's not a good idea to proceed without a lawyer. But if you can't afford one, then you do the best you can. But take a meeting, find a meeting, get knowledge. There are so many lawyers out there that it's sort of hard to say, well, I couldn't find anybody to meet with. Representing yourself. There's an old saying, right, Chris? When you represent yourself, you have a fool for a client.
That's a good saying. Yeah. And I mean, we see it in so many cases. And I just imagine, like, if you're going through all these different motions back and forth, like you being the person involved in the case, like there's a level of emotion that comes with that, where I'm sure when you have an attorney, there's almost a buffer where they can think with more of a clear mind. I don't know how much that had to factor into all of this. I mean, of course, it's just a horrific story today, just for this, you think of the family too, the kids, man, it's tough.
you're right. Having a lawyer is a checks and balances. Look, it's partially why we have so many lawyers. We have 20 lawyers in our divorce firm, so that if I, hear from somebody and I want to initially react, say, yes, that's terrible, I stop, take a breath, talk to my colleague and say, what kind of advice should I give? If you're doing it on your own, there's nobody to bounce it off of. Or if it's your family member, your parents are going to say, son, take care of yourself. You need somebody objective to say, stop it. 5 years from now, you're going to look back at this and think, did I handle it the right way? So giving some time for reflection. And if you can't afford a lawyer, go to the person you trust the most patient person not the hothead, but somebody who's patient, your priest, your rabbi, your imam, whoever it is, that can give you a second to breathe and figure out what's best long-term. It's a hard situation. And, it's a tough one. There are resources. Use the resources.
Yeah, no, really good point on a day where a lot of people are going to be focusing on the issue of divorce because of what happened just outside Washington, D.C. Randy Kessler, family law attorney. Always great to have you bring some context to this here on Law and Crime.
Thanks for having me, Chris.
That will do it for On the Case, presented by Law and Crime. So,
all right, last one on this case is, I think, Carlos. Let me see. He probably going to end up, no, it's Twisted Crimes. Twisted Crimes is another, and I'm going to share them out. I'm going to share out Law and Crime Network, and I'm going to also share out Twisted Crimes on my community wall. So y'all go and check them out. Make sure y'all like these videos that we've reacted to, please. And thank you if you like the channel. Subscribe. So we're going to get into the last one on this particular case for today, because I'm pretty sure I'm going to be back tomorrow with some more stuff, because I'm going to try to look up these court papers. But yeah, so we're going to get into the last one from Twisted Crimes, okay?
Police say the shootings come amid an ongoing domestic dispute between the couple who were in the middle of a, quote, messy divorce.
Of course, we probably going to rehear some of the stuff we've already heard, y'all. We're going to probably rehear some stuff. But
this is the story of Justin Fairfax, a high-ranking politician who got upset about his wife leaving him for another man, then decided to shoot and kill her out of anger.
This is the first I'm hearing about another man. See what I'm saying? See what I be telling about y'all? See why I play these different... Hold on. This is why I be playing these different videos that have some of the same information in them, y'all. Because it always be a twist. Like, it always be something in the video that was not in the previous video. Now, I ain't hearing nothing about no man. See, that even makes it even worse. Sonya, where the man come from? Wait a minute. Where the man? We done watched, 4 or 5 videos. We ain't heard nothing about no man. Where he come from? Let's listen, because Twisted Crimes gonna tell us. My God, today.
Police say the shootings come amid an ongoing domestic dispute between the couple who were in the middle of a, quote, messy divorce.
This is the story of Justin Fairfax, a high-ranking politician who got upset about his wife leaving him for another man, then decided to shoot and kill her out of anger. He lost his cool, forgot about who he was in the society, and acted in an unbelievable manner in front of his kids.
It's horrific. It's absolutely horrific. I mean, I've been here since 1988. I'm not sure when Dr. Fairfax moved in, but I know she was on the board of the condo association. I worked with her a few times on some incidents about the building, but it's unbelievable.
What could have made a very influential man do this to a woman he once loved? Let's get into the story and find out. Hello and welcome to Twisted Crimes. Subscribe and hit the like button for more stories.
I, Justin Fairfax, solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia
and the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia,
and that I will faithfully
and impartially discharge
all the duties incumbent upon me
as
Lieutenant Governor of Virginia,
according to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
This story takes us to Annandale, Virginia. Annandale, Virginia, a quiet suburban area where families live, children go to school, and life typically moves at a normal pace. It is not the kind of place people expect to hear about a violent incident like this. But inside one home in that neighborhood, a situation had been building for months. Justin Fairfax was not an unknown name. He came into the scene around 2018 when he ran for office and won.
Hello, my name is Justin Fairfax, and I am the 41st Lieutenant Governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia. I'm standing here today on the steps.
He served as the lieutenant governor of Virginia from 2018 to 2022, and at one point, he was seen as a future leader in American politics.
So I'm delighted to support Justin Fairfax, our next lieutenant governor.
From its election on November the 7th, we have now traveled over 50,000 miles in the car around the Commonwealth.
He was educated, well-spoken, and positioned in a place where his career could have gone even further. He was someone who was against gun violence, not knowing this will be how he will end his life.
Fairfax says Governor Ralph Northam has some ideas about gun violence that he wants to see become law.
Reinstating one gun a month, universal background checks, banning assault weapons, including suppressors, limiting magazine clips. And these are things that even as recently as the shooting in Virginia Beach, we saw some of those come into play.
He was also a devoted Christian who spoke in church at times.
And just like Jesus Christ, he often freed people as he was being crucified, right? What did he say? He's on the cross and Barabbas is there. And Barabbas said, please, Jesus, give me a word. I know I've not lived a perfect life. I know that I've done some things that are wrong, but I believe in you.
Justin talked about having a great wife. He spoke highly of his wife when he could.
I'd like to say I was raised by a strong woman. I am married to one, and now I am raising one, our 7-year-old daughter. And I want to make sure that my daughter has the exact same shot in life as everyone else. And what that means.
Justin Fairfax was married to Serena Fairfax, a dentist and business owner. People around them saw their union as something to look up to. After he got into office, things were not going well. Behind that public image, there were controversies, personal struggles, and a relationship that, over time, had begun to break apart. They had been together for years and shared 2 children. From the outside, they appeared to have built a stable life, careers, family, and a home. But as time went on, that relationship began to deteriorate. By 2026, the couple was going through a serious breakdown. Reports indicated they were dealing with a difficult and ongoing divorce. Despite that, they were still living under the same roof, which only added more tension to an already strained situation. Arguments, disagreements, and legal disputes had become part of their daily reality. At one point earlier in the year, Justin Fairfax had accused Serena of assault. However, when that claim was reviewed, home surveillance footage reportedly did not support his version of events. That moment gave a glimpse into how serious and complicated things had become inside the home. This was no longer just a struggling relationship. It was a situation filled with conflict, distrust, and pressure. But to fully understand the weight of this story, you also have to look back at the controversies that followed Justin Fairfax years earlier. In 2019, while serving as lieutenant governor, Fairfax was accused by 2 women of sexual assault. Both allegations dated back to earlier periods in his life. One woman said he had assaulted her at a hotel during the Democratic National Convention in 2004. Another said he had assaulted her while they were both students at Duke University. Justin Fairfax strongly denied both allegations, calling them false and politically motivated. However, the accusations created a major political crisis at the time. There were calls for his resignation, investigations were discussed, and his political future was thrown into uncertainty. Although he was never criminally charged in connection with those allegations, the damage to his public image was significant. His career never fully recovered from that moment. So by the time 2026 came around, Justin Fairfax was no longer the rising figure he once was. He was a former official, dealing with past controversies and now facing a collapsing marriage. Then came the final incident. On April 2026,
That's another thing. Y'all see how false allegations, and the reason why I say false is because even though this guy didn't mention it, it was mentioned in the other clip that he had taken a polygraph test and, he was telling the truth that he didn't do it or whatever. And the fact that he was never charged kind of, for me, makes me believe that. Tanya, always, those ones that lie about this sort of thing, which disgusts me, like they disgust me. So, 2 facts, being as though it's claimed that he took a lot of the test and passed, and the fact that he was never formally charged. For me, I'm geared towards he didn't do it, right? So these women came out, which this is normal. That's why I don't respect the whole Me Too movement, because there's a lot of liars out there. You know what I'm saying? So, but this is a prime example how just an accusation, right? Just an accusation could ruin your life or change your life. Because you can best believe he didn't win that race because of those accusations. I'm pretty much sure of that. If the man was a rising star, he was this and that and the third as the lieutenant governor, he was the golden child. Then all of a sudden, when he runs for governor and he comes in 4th place, of course, those allegations is part of the reason why. You know what I'm saying? See, this is what I'm talking about, that unfair shit. Like somebody just come out and pretty much lie on you, and it could just change your life. And that's why I don't respect women that do it. Anybody that does it. The only somebody I won't question in the case where it's making an allegation about sexual abuse as a child. A grown adult, you have to, that's different. For me, with children, I'm always believe the child. Always. Hell, I'm prone to believe the women when they accuse a man. But there are women out there that lie. Hell, there's men that's out there. There's men that's out there that lying. Look at Tyler Perry. He claimed these men lying on him. Sometimes there are set up people just for, especially in the political world, Tanya. And I'm glad you said that. Especially in the political world. Come on now, let's talk about it. Now that's just facts. How in the hell you wait till this man running for governor to come from Duke? He had been out of Duke University. What you did? You saw him on the news and saw that he was the governor or running for governor, and you remember back in college he did such and such, and all of a sudden now you coming out from Duke University? Then that didn't work, so they get somebody that he was at the Democratic convention with. Come on, bro. Truth, in this area, that house is not that big inside that you wouldn't hear a gunshot. He had to have a silencer. And he just spoke about passing laws against him. Isn't that weird? He was just talking about how the governor was against that, and he was for the governor, and he spoke against that type of stuff. But that's weird. But okay. You speaking against him, but you got one. Okay.
Inside their home in Annandale, a violent confrontation took place. According to police, Justin Fairfax shot and killed his wife, Serena. Their children were inside the home at the time. One of them made the 911 call after the shooting.
441 Alpha, Frank Alpha, struck for a stabbing area. Are thinking that his dad might have stabbed his mom, saying that she's laying on the ground bleeding, can see holes in her shirt. Heard a fight about a minute ago, unknown where his father is now. Watch for director en route. Fire department's going to be around as well. 012.
435 Charlie.
435 Charlie.
Once here, the husband's not going to be here. It's going to look like an obvious DOA. I don't have a pulse.
Direct, 0015.
435 Charlie, we're going to be in the basement.
Direct.
435 Charlie, I haven't cleared the house out yet, but I have the son with me downstairs. If units on scene to clear the house, husband's car is still in the driveway.
Direct, units around, go ahead, clear the house. Subject's car is still going to be in the driveway.
941 Alpha, a couple of us pulling up on scene. We'll all clear the house.
Direct.
You didn't do the front door or the back. Come in through the front door.
K9 15. Myself and K9 14 are going to be at the front door.
Direct.
K9 15. Can you provide a description of the door looking for?
435 Charlie, you're able to ask the son.
Description real quick. 435 Charlie. Subject description is going to be a black male, about 5'10", 5'11". He's going to be clean shaven with short hair.
Direct. K9 14 15. Also be advised, RTC did put a picture of the subject in Informer.
Possible suspect to be a black male, 5'1", clean shaven with short hair. Not found at the scene. 0019.
431 Alpha, we got another subject down in the bedroom upstairs.
Direct, 0023.
I think this is going to be our subject. He's got a firearm with him, self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head.
Direct.
Shortly after killing his wife, Justin Fairfax took the short way out. He permanently hurt himself too. By the time authorities arrived, both of them were dead. Investigators quickly determined that there were no outside suspects. This was not a random attack. This was a domestic situation that escalated into something irreversible.
To confirm the identity of our shooter in this murder happened several hours ago as former Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax. Former Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax shot and killed his wife inside of their home and then shot and killed him. I think you have the rest of the details that Captain Cosgriff gave earlier this morning, so I'm just going to pause right here and answer any of your questions to the best of my ability right now. I can just tell you, then I'll go to Drew first, that this has been an ongoing domestic dispute surrounding what seems to be a complicated or messy divorce. So, Drew.
Thank you. That was going to be my question. Can you elaborate on what the investigation revealed, the status of their marriage, of course, the kids, what everybody's thinking about, I think, too, in this as well.
So far, what we know is probably what you all know, and I don't think it's a secret that there's been a divorce proceedings that have been ongoing. From what I understand at this early stage, former Lieutenant Governor Fairfax was recently served some paperwork associated with an upcoming court proceeding that apparently led to this incident last night. Both of their children, teenagers, the boys older than the girl, were in the house when it happened. So that's horrible news for the family. Certainly a traumatic event for those children to live through. But we know that it all kind of culminated last night when Justin Fairfax shot several times, killed his wife, ran to a different part of the home, and then killed himself with the same firearm.
I know you just got on scene, but from your reason, what do you know about the scene inside? What is?
So it seems like, and I know I'm competing with some school buses here. It seems like the murder took place in the basement. It's described to me as a unfinished basement in the home. At some point, his wife, he runs upstairs in the home and into the primary bedroom apparently, and shoots and kills himself.
Have you had any previous domestic calls to this location?
So we checked on that. The question is, have we had any previous domestic or calls for service to this location? In January of this year, Mr. Fairfax calls the police and alleges that his wife assaulted him. We responded to that scene. There are several cameras set up inside the house. Apparently, Mrs. Fairfax, at some point during these divorce proceedings, set up a lot of cameras inside the home. We reviewed those cameras, and we corroborated that the alleged assault never occurred. So there was no arrest made. There was a report written, but the allegation that Mr. Fairfax made in January that Mrs. Fairfax assaulted him was proven to be untrue.
Does the nature of who's involved here, like, how does that play into it?
Well, certainly this is a high-profile family. At one point in time, I think it's fair to say that Justin Fairfax, before he was lieutenant governor, while he served as lieutenant governor, and even afterwards, was a rising star politically, not just in Northern Virginia, but in Virginia. So it's high profile in nature. It's tragic in nature. Certainly a fall from grace for a relatively high profile family that seemingly had a lot of things going in their favor. So tragic for the children to lose both parents. Extra tragic for them to actually be in the home when it occurred. Yeah, there's a lot going on, and our victim services division, like they always do, is leaning into the family.
I don't know if you missed it, but in that particular one clip where they were talking about the court papers and showing the court papers, there was allegation that he had become an alcoholic. There was allegations by the wife that he was drinking. He was neglectful as far as paying the bills in the house and all type of stuff. That's why she filed for the separation and ultimately the divorce. Once he did not win that election in 2020, I want to say 4, she said he went downhill from there. He began drinking. Like I say, he wasn't paying the bills and things of that nature. So yeah, alcohol definitely played a part. My prayers are that people start to take their mental health serious and get help. Absolutely. It seems as though him not winning that governor's race is what ultimately made him just went down from there.
The surviving relatives, the children in particular, and we'll do everything we can for them.
So in terms of a timeline,
Then I'll just...
wife obviously being shot first and afterwards, the basement upstairs. Did you get all of that from the cameras inside the house?
That's not what really true time. I don't think there's nothing. I don't think if she left, he would have had nothing. I don't believe that. I mean, even though she was a dentist, okay, so of course she had her career. He was still a lawyer. I mean, he still was a practicing lawyer, even though he was, you know what I'm saying? Even though his mental health was declining, he still had a career. He still had a position. He was a lawyer, had his own firm. She had her own office. So I don't think he would have ended up with nothing, but he could have felt like losing his wife and kids. It means he had nothing. So, but as far as money or whatever, I'm not sure if that's the case. I'm not sure.
Our detectives have gathered that. Certainly, there's enough cameras inside the home that we're able to corroborate some of that. But the one of the children was the 911 caller.
He was still practicing law. Yeah, he was still practicing law. He went back into practicing law full time when he didn't win the governor's race.
Just after midnight. So he described some things to us as well that we've since corroborated. And I think I heard one question about what do we know about the gun? I don't know anything about the gun yet. The same gun that Mr. Fairfax used to kill his wife seems to be the same gun that he used to kill himself.
Have you recovered any other weapons in the house?
I don't know. We're going to be here for a while. Obviously, we have a search warrant we need to execute to recover evidence, and certainly included in that evidence is the primary firearm that was used and any other firearms. I don't know that they do or don't exist.
I think back up that question. The cameras were still outside.
No, go ahead.
The cameras were still there and rolling and operational.
I believe they were.
So he had set up the cameras, but we don't know who set up the cameras.
Shoot.
She set up the cameras.
I don't know why I'm sitting here listening to this. I said I was gonna fast forward because we already heard this several times, but yet I'm still listening to it like we ain't heard it. Hold on. All right, let's go back. Start right here. Oh, go back a little bit more.
We'll obviously dig into that and confirm it. Within minutes of the 911 call. We can get the exact time frame for you.
Hold on, y'all.
Okay.
To the best of your knowledge, just the one incident where police were involved.
To the best of my knowledge, it was January of this year, 2026. But we'll obviously dig into that and confirm it. Within minutes of the 911 call. We can get the exact time frame for you. Both teams were home. The son called 911. What? One boy and a girl. Yeah. Yes, everything's shortly after midnight. And folks, that's all I got. It's kind of one of my practices never to say no more questions. So I'm not saying no more questions, but that's all I have right now. When we get more information, we'll be sure to share it with you. But right now, the focus is on the crime scene investigation and the kids. Thank you all.
What more do we know? Details about this contentious divorce, and perhaps if there were documents involved that could have been recently delivered. What did authorities say?
Yeah, so there's court proceedings going on right now about this divorce, and we are learning a lot from an order that came out just a few days ago from a circuit court judge here in Fairfax County that he apparently had purchased a handgun back in 2022 with money that was supposed to be for his kids' horseback riding lessons. He says it was for personal security after he left the lieutenant governor job because he no longer was afforded security by the governor's office. Of course, we do not know if that handgun is the same gun that was used in the incident last night. We also know from these documents that he was ordered to be out of the home behind me by April 30th. That's 2 weeks from today. So certainly there was a lot bubbling up on that part of his life as well.
What makes this case especially difficult is the presence of the children. They were in the home when it happened. They experienced the aftermath in real time. And now, they are left without both parents. Justin Fairfax's story, on the other hand, becomes a complicated one. A man who once stood in a position of power, whose career was shaken by allegations, whose personal life began to unravel, and whose final actions brought everything to a tragic end. In the end, this is not just a political story. It is a story about how unresolved conflict, pressure, and personal breakdowns inside a home can escalate into something final. Our sincere condolences to the friends and families of Serena Fairfax. May Serena's memory be a blessing for her family and for all who knew her, and may her life and death be an inspiration and a turning point towards justice and increased protection for domestic abuse survivors. Please stay safe out there and see you guys in the next video.
All right, y'all. So that's going to be it as far as that case as of today. Like I said, I'll probably be coming back tomorrow. I'm going to do some research, see if there's any latest updates as far as the news is concerned. And we'll see whether or not we talk about it tomorrow. If not, we'll definitely be talking about it when I come back. All right, so let's move into the Ashley Janae situation. Let me pull up the clips for her. Now, I'm sure y'all have heard about this case because it's everywhere. I mean, like, literally, like, everywhere. Okay, let me... And if y'all have already been watching stuff on this, let me know. That means y'all, cause see, like I said, y'all know. Why is this thing frozen? Hold on. Uh-oh, look like my computer want to freeze up. Don't do that. Don't act like that with truth. Okay, Tanya. Yeah, I'm gonna do some research over the weekend. I'm gonna try anyway on this whole, because I never got into this case. This case broke a minute ago. It's the case with the guy David. I guess that's his name. How you pronounce his name, or whatever. It involved that missing teenage girl that he was allegedly going with. Apparently he's been charged after all this time. So I said that I might, just might, uh, just might dive into that. But it's a whole lot that's in. I don't know, because there's a whole lot that has happened with that case since it started, and I have not been following it. So I'm gonna see. But I know y'all probably been watching it. Let's see.
Nobody wins.
All right, y'all. Y'all know how this goes. We're gonna get into several clips. I got to share. I'm gonna share all these videos out on my wall. But this first one is from The Family. That's the name of the YouTube channel. I love their channel. And of course, y'all, this story broke. Let me see when this story broke. This particular story broke on, I think, a couple of days ago too. Four days ago, this story broke. So this video is from 4 days ago. So we're gonna play catch up, right? We're gonna go back to when the story broke, and then we're gonna catch up until recent, which is today. So this story was dropped 4 days ago on The Family. I'm gonna share them out on my wall. If y'all would go out and check them out. The least you can do for me is hit the like button on this particular video. If you like the channel, subscribe to the channel. Okay. All right. So let's get into it. Did anybody answer me? Has anybody been watching this? When y'all let me know real quick.
When the family feels.
Think of Bitcoin almost like a startup. It was around for roughly 15 years, and then it went public with its ETF, right? So in 2024, it was the IPO for Bitcoin. After that first year, they kind of turned into this semi-boring kind of enterprisey business.
Oh, shit. Go ahead. All right. Question number 3. What's your favorite song? Inside Part 2 by Tracy. That's gonna give you a baby. Okay. You want to last? All right. Question number 4. What's your go-to ghosting? Go-to ghosting method. I don't just. I'm not a big advocate of ghosting, but if I were to ghost, I'm just not gonna answer at all. Like, you're just gonna be like, I'm gonna let you watch all my stories, I'm blocking them like that. I'm just not gonna answer. That's it.
Fam, this video might spark some real debates in the comment section. And once I got more information last night, I know it was something I had to bring to you guys before the end of this weekend. 1, to shine light on what happened, but more importantly, to make sure this young woman get the justice she deserves. Now, I already know how the internet works. People are going to jump in the comments and start making their own assumptions. Some based on the details, some based on the fact that this involves a biracial relationship. But today, we're going to focus on the facts. Within the last 24 hours, a young woman from New Jersey who had recently moved to Miami to pursue a career as a video vixen tragically lost her life. And this happened shortly after she celebrated a vacation with her boyfriend. Now, that boyfriend, who is reportedly older, is the one who called the police. But now, according to people close to the situation, has recently been arrested. A situation where some say was very controlling. And now authorities believe the circumstances around her death may not be random at all. Today, we want to break this entire situation down. We'll go over who she was, who he is, and why police have now made an arrest. And why this story, despite how serious it is, has somehow managed to stay under the radar. But before we go over this one, I want you guys to remember, I don't give you no angle. I just give you the story. So with that being said, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. We'll jump right to it. Fam, everything about this video is area. The word of today is isometric. Now, isometric describes object systems.
Hey, Meryl. Good to see you, baby. So listen, y'all know I got to speed it up a little bit, and he talks kind of fast. Not really, but sort of. Let me know if at any point it's too fast and y'all can't understand what's being said, because y'all know I listen to these videos and in double speed all the time. So I can understand what's being said. But if y'all don't understand it, let me know and I'll slow it down.
Or process that lack symmetry, meaning they are not identical on both sides of a central line, irregular in shape, or unbalanced. An example is when one party in a transaction possesses more information than the other, it's asymmetric information. Because that's what a man identified as Joe McCain, a man who graduated Portland State University, founder and CEO and CIO of Asymmetric, a modern-day crypto fund. Now, according to Joe's LinkedIn account, Asymmetric is backed by Mark Anderson, Chris Dixon, and Circle Inc., as well as the founders of Solana, Multicoin, Coin Fund, and many other reputable investors and entrepreneurs. With over 24 years of experience walking on Wall Street and Silicon Valley, and with skills ranging from systematic and quantitative trading to fundraising and running a venture-backed open-source enterprise software company. McCain's perspective on technology and finance is rather unique. McCain is a frequent speaker on the global conference circuit, actively promoting emerging technologies and relevant businesses use cases to bring pragmatism and futurism. Most recently, McCain was a senior director at Microsoft and the Cloud of AI organization, focusing on incubations, M&A, and startups. McCain also ran a quantitative and systematic trading for cryptocurrencies at Passport Capital, a San Francisco-based hedge fund. Before that, McCain was a founder and CEO of Nodsource, the Node.js company, the most popular and widely adopted open source project of the last decade. McCain is also an advisor to a handful of companies like Dorama, a decentralized finance app on Ethereum acquired by OpenSea, Voltage, Bitcoin Lightning Nodes as a service, and Zapic, a money streaming protocol on Solana, and is frequently mentioned in publications ranging from TechCrunch to Forbes and the Wall Street Journal. Now, of course, I'm sure he wrote this and it was probably amplified, but it's pretty much a background on his story. He's a man that deals with cryptocurrency and its platforms. He pretty much considered himself a master at asymmetric information, cryptocurrency, now and even maybe in his relationship.
2025, every single narrative failed for Bitcoin. And I got caught up in that. I think a lot of fund managers got caught up in that. And a lot of just retail investors got caught up in that. If you think of Bitcoin almost like a startup, it was around for roughly 15 years and then it went public with its ETF, right? So in 2024, it was the IPO for Bitcoin. After that first year, it turned into this semi.
Everything they said he did was the crypto. That's all I recognize. All that other stuff, like you said, don't know much about none of it, but it sounds like he made a pretty coin, like a pretty coin. I tell you, it sounds like he, just saying. He reminds me of somebody. I can't put my finger on it. He reminds me of somebody. He puts me in the mind of somebody. I can't put. Is it? And it's somebody. It'll probably hit me, but he reminds me of somebody. Damn, I'll figure it out.
A boring kind of enterprisey business. And that was 2025 for Bitcoin. Does Bitcoin or crypto have an engagement problem? If you look at the kind of corpus of prospective investors in crypto, where are they pointing their attention? Is it at crypto or is it at, I don't know, memory stocks out of South Korea? I think it's dead. I mentioned this all year last year and I caught a lot of flack from people for it. And it turns out, it's kind of the case. Like, I just don't think it matters anymore.
The best conditions in Bitcoin's history, the most pro-crypto administration ever, every catalyst you could ask for, and the market still broke. And the guy who ran the #1 performing hedge fund on the planet, well, he got it caught up in it too. Joe McCann built Asymmetric into the top-ranked fund globally in 2024. Not just crypto, every asset class on Earth. When the playbook broke, he didn't go quiet. He shut down his liquid fund publicly and came back with a completely different thesis. I've been sitting in the same uncertainty as a lot of you guys watching this right now. Joe has a theory about why crypto lost the room even while everything else was going right, and what actually needs to happen before this market cares again. I haven't heard anyone else frame it this way. And if you're holding anything in crypto right now, you want to hear this. And again, remember, nothing in this video is financial advice. It's for educational purposes only. Guys, without further ado, let's bring Joe to the stage.
Shout out to Cal Chase Crypto. If you guys want to check the entirety of that interview out, you guys should go over there and do so. Now, Joe has been in a public relationship, and 22 weeks ago, his girlfriend posted a picture of the two, and a comment stuck out. Looking back 19 weeks later, the person wrote, "What a dummy. He will give you one the slave owner." And that woman is identified as Ashley Janae, a divestor, influencer. She had recently celebrated her birthday, April 5th, 2026. She went to Tanzania with her boyfriend. This was her last photo, and unfortunately, she lost her life shortly after. But before we get to that, let's talk about her and how she was recently engaged just 1 week prior, and her alleged fiance was tweeting about crypto instead of the demise of his alleged soon-to-be wife.
Good morning.
to supporting each other in any way possible. It ain't even as hard.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's your girl Toria, and today we have a badass. Let me stop. We have a very special guest in the building. We have Miss Ashley. So, thank you, sis, for joining us. If you could tell us, the people, who is Ashley? Who are you? What do you do?
I'm Ashley. I'm 25. I'm originally from New Jersey. Moved to Miami last year because I lost a bet, and now we're here. We're not full time, and let's blame COVID for that. But it's a good thing. You know?
Wait a minute, you moved here because you lost a bet?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's a great bet to lose. Because Megan, your career just took off. It was
the best worst bet that I've ever.
Can you tell us about it?
So my best friend got a job here. We both lived in New Jersey, and she was like, you know what? Can you drive down with me? I don't want to make a drive by myself. It's 18 hours from the wall, so you can do us short. I got you. Love you, best friend. So we end up doing the drive. We get here on a Saturday, and my flight back home was supposed to be on Monday. And she says, I have a bet for you. And for some odd reason, I can't turn down a bet. Don't know what's wrong with me. Probably need help. So I ended up changing my flight to Friday. She says, if you can get a job before Friday, then you have to move. If you can't get a job before Friday, go home. I had a job by Wednesday, and I never got to Jersey.
Oh my gosh, but go you, that's good. Go you.
October.
Wow, you've only been here for a year?
About a year and a half now.
That is wild. So you had a lot of success as a model. Like you said, it might be because of COVID, you got to actually tackle it, 24/7 full force as your full-time job. But tell us about some of those successes. What are some of the best projects that you worked on so far?
I would say my favorites are probably the Freddie Gibbs and Rick Ross video I did with Scotty B. Just because I really put the message behind it. It was a peak of the Black Lives Matter movement. It was just a really impactful video. Now the more fun and lighthearted side, I would say, would be the Migos video I did, which actually hasn't dropped yet, but they have a lot of new music coming, and the videos that we did were insane for that. So it's probably one of my favorites for like this.
Okay, cool. You heard that. Rick Ross, Migos, what else you got?
Oh god, Rick Ross, Migos, I've done Meek, I've done, God, I can't remember at this point.
Like the list just goes on.
Worked with a couple people.
Yeah.
So now we know who Joe is, a well-off CEO, and Ashley, a woman who moved from New Jersey to Miami to pursue her career. On April 1st, 2026, Joe had proposed to Ashley while the two was out of the country.
We just talk about the whole theatrics, right? Okay, we get it. That's cute. He proposed to her in the middle of the damn jungle, but who's recording? Well, of course he knew it was gonna happen because he set it up. So maybe he had somebody behind the lions, tigers, and the bears recording in order for them. It's the social media life for me. It's the whole. And this ain't funny because this woman is unalive, but I'm just saying this shit is weird. Like when people live their lives and put it for social media and things are done for social media. Did y'all listen to that comment? I should have stopped it, but I didn't because I wanted to listen. This is interesting. But did y'all see at the beginning when he was talking about a comment that somebody had put when she got engaged and said he's gonna end up killing you, he's a slave driver or something like that? Did anybody else hear that? The little tour guide, I guess. Who? Good Willie? You think it was Good Willie? Tanya. So did y'all hear that when he said that? Somebody predicted this young lady's death. Like you don't know, never know when you speak out the tongue what's gonna happen. But yeah, he said somebody put when she posted that she was engaged. He said that somebody put in her comments that he was gonna kill her. Ain't that weird?
Shortly after, 3 days later, Ashley would celebrate her 31st birthday. Now, I wanted to make sure that we see the timeline of events because this is a young woman in her eyes is living her dreams. For her birthday, she went to Twitter and posted some photos while in Tanzania with the caption, Chapter 31, and I'm exactly where I need to be. Her fiance responded with me. She responded forever with a heart emoji. But shortly after, there was reports that a woman of an unknown identity was found dead with a cloth tied around her face in a room at a guest house. It was later confirmed to be Ashley. She rests in peace and love and condolences to her family. It was set up to look like a suicide, but it seemed that wasn't the case. Within the last 24 hours, about a week later, her friend had went to social media to ask for the public's help. She quoted, "We need justice for my friend Ashley Janae, was found dead in her hotel in Tanzania, and her fiance Joe McCain claimed she hung herself. Anyone who knows Ash knows she would never commit suicide. We need answers now." Can you imagine losing your fiance out the country and letting her do something?
I don't even know it like that, but let's talk about it. Let's talk about us just seeing her in that little interview with that woman, talking to that woman about how she moved to Miami on a bet. She was there. She challenged herself or was betted that she would get if she got a job before Friday, she would stay where she was. She got a job on Wednesday. Her life changed for the best. She's been in videos. She just turned 31 on Easter. Not only that, she just got engaged. Like, unless homeboy said, "Oh, I proposed and I changed my mind, we ain't gonna get married," which to me wouldn't be a reason, and she just flipped out and decided to unalive herself. That's bullshit. The girl was on top of the world. The woman. She was 31. She was on top of the world. She ain't unalive herself. He could have did better than that. Just weird.
Takes quite some time, and you wasn't there to protect that. We all know that's damn near not true. So I would heard it in her media to ask for the public's help. She quoted, "We need justice for my friend Ashley Janae, was found dead in her hotel in Tanzania, and her fiance Joe McCain claims she hung herself. Anyone who knows Ash knows she would never commit suicide. We need answers now." Can you imagine losing your fiance out the country and letting her do something that takes quite some time, and you wasn't there to protect that? We all know that's damn near not true. So I went to Joe's social media to see if he had anything to say about this. And this man ain't writing nothing but retweeting people who got inspired about his alleged work with cryptocurrency. A man who allegedly just lost his soon-to-be wife. Can you imagine that? No rest in peace, not even a happy birthday on her post, just simply with me. There's been reports that he's been arrested. I can't confirm or deny those allegations, but as more develop, I keep you guys updated. At the very bare minimum, it was important for me to at least use my platform to spread awareness on the situation and hopes more can develop, and we'll be able to report it soon to come. This was the story of a young woman who was found dead out of the country with her fiance for only a week on her birthday trip. Let me know how you guys feel about this one in the comments. Once again, rest in peace to the victim. Love and condolences to the families. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Okay, of course, that was the first initial video dropped by the family when this first happened. Of course, there's plenty of updates since then, y'all. We're going to get into them. So let's go to the next clip, which is on Carlos King. And I don't know why I keep repeating it, because y'all know by now about the repetitiveness and this and that and the third. Because I notice all these content creators, these ones that I watch, they have pretty much the same clips, but always something new, always something different. But what's going to be tricky is it was out of the country. Very tricky. And a lot of times, people be knowing that. Let's just talk about with the what's her name? The beautiful young woman that passed away in, was it Mexico? It's always more difficult. We just talked about, it was somebody else that we talked about that had passed away. I can't think of the name right now, but yeah, whenever I know from experience that when you have a family member, a loved one or whatever that passes away in another country, it is very difficult. You already grieving, you already suffering, and then the whole thing about getting their remains home and this and that and the third, that shit ain't cheap. I think I noticed that this family got a GoFundMe up to get her home. It's not gonna be cheap. She's not. So that just adds another layer to what you're already going through, right? Yeah. So we're gonna get into Carlos.
Sadness. It's like a part of me has just been taken away.
On April 5th, influencer Ashley Robinson, who goes by Ashley Janae on social media, was celebrating her 31st birthday in Zanzibar, Tanzania. She was on the vacation with her boyfriend of 1 year, who popped the question just 2 days before.
We believe that they were in love. We believe that their relationship was genuine.
Traditional way of doing money management and access to financial services, that system is likely going to exist for a very long time. But now there's an alternative system that.
All right, what's up with y'all? So look, man, I'm back again with another video right now. Look, trust me, I have been seeing y'all comments about me doing a story about this. Y'all asking me what's taking so long. Y'all sending me messages about it and stuff like that. And I see it. I just can't come back to every single person. But I want to say I am not thirsty. to post like these other people be when it comes to tragedies. I like to wait. If I am gonna post it, I want to take my time, get the right information, and bring y'all some credible information about a situation. Not too many speculations and shit like that. It's just okay to wait. And if we wasn't gonna get anytime soon, I would have never did a video about it. But I'm just letting y'all know. Don't think I'm ignoring y'all or nothing like that. I'm coming with the videos. But basically, man, this is a crazy situation, and we're gonna talk about it and break it down as much as we can. But before I do that, I do gotta start this out the correct way by saying R.I.P. to this beautiful young lady by the name of Ashley Robinson. Some of y'all may know her by Ashley Janae all over the internet because it's her name that she goes by as an influencer. But ultimately, you know, I do got to say RIP to her. I want to send my condolences out to the family, and I want to send y'all some genuine love y'all way and some healing energy. It's sad and unfortunate that this did take place, and I'm just wishing y'all nothing but the best, man. It's hard to say and it's easy to say at the same time, but I just hope that everything goes y'all way when it comes to this whole situation. Okay, so basically, they went to Africa. Ashley and her boyfriend, Joe. His name is Joe McCann, if I'm not mistaken, right? Now, people have been wondering and speculating what this man does. I have found videos of him speaking about what he does and, you know, about his life and stuff like that. Basically, he's a crypto millionaire, and she's a social media lifestyle influencer. So she basically get paid to show her life, which is nothing wrong with it. And with him being a crypto millionaire, nothing is wrong with it.
He was a millionaire. He was a millionaire, and he ain't too harsh on the eyes. Y'all know I ain't even attracted to them. But it's something about the bald head, blue eye. He ain't hard on the eyes now. He ain't no Opie. He all right. And he was a millionaire. But when it's foul play like the other little girl, doesn't the country have to try this case and they don't have the same justice system? That's true. I mean, we can, yeah, you pretty much right. I can go into depth about how the United States could like obtain jurisdiction or whatever, but I ain't going into all that. But what you said is correct, Tony. That's correct. Yeah, it's a lot with that. It is a lot. You know what I'm saying? And some people be knowing that shit too. Yeah, I mean, I'm not attracted to him. But he would do. He would definitely do. Let me tell you something. The fact that he all right. I can look at him as a little sexy, and he all right. The $1 million will top it out. I mean, being a millionaire would just top it out. Being as though I can look at you, I can do you. Like, honestly, I ain't got to, get sick when we doing it and stuff. I'm just saying, like, let's keep it. I'm not finna do this with y'all. Tanya and Natasha, I'm not finna do this with y'all today. Not today. He's doable. Shit.
That goes hand in hand with each other. They can go do whatever they want to at any given time, and that's exactly what they have been doing from what I have seen. Now, people have been, basically speculating that they have been together for an eternity, and they haven't. They've been together for a year, if I'm not mistaken.
Not a year.
And he proposed to her. And in the midst of all of that, allegedly, the mother stated that it was a real deal argument that they had the day before her passing. Now, he had just proposed to her not too long before this whole incident had taken place. Okay, so many different people who are saying so many different things about this, and we're going to talk about some of the things that people are saying, but I do think that it is kind of crazy to say some things that they have been stating just off of her preference, but I know this is the way of the world. So basically, she was saying a lot of different things about black men 10 plus years ago, and people are literally holding her to that, like literally.
Well, Carlos, the game ain't fair. Shout out to Matt, and that's just true. Listen, let me tell you something. Oh, this gonna be one of them really touchy ones here, because it is a lot being said. It's saying that black men is not supporting, or black men are saying they ain't got nothing to do with it. They ain't got nothing to say. It's just like the same situation. Do y'all remember the case? And I think I need to do an update because I know there has been some developments, but I gotta go back. I have so many cases, y'all, and if I was to go back to all these cases and do updates here, we wouldn't be able to do the current. But do y'all remember the particular case where the young black dude was married to the young white woman, or they was together, married together, had a child or something like that, and she ended up unaliving him? Well, they suspected that she unalived him after him being out. They had went out and they came home and he ended up dead. So in that case, that dude had made social media posts about black women. Okay, he had made some derogatory posts about black women. So when he was allegedly unalived by this white girl, black women was like, "Oh hell no, we ain't gonna touch that. We don't care nothing about that." This man had so much to say about us, and now he done got with the snow bunny, and she done off them. We ain't got nothing to do with it. That was that sentiment, right? So this is kind of the same type of case, but opposite, genders. Like now she's the young black woman that had so much to say about black men, not nice things to say about black men, and she's with this white guy. So it's the same. You get what I'm saying? So now, back then, black women was like, we don't care. We don't care. We don't care. So now black men are like, we don't care. We don't care. We don't care. See, you have to be very, very careful about what you post. And we got freedom of speech. Lord knows that's a thing. But people ought to be grown enough to realize and recognize that it's certain stuff that you just shouldn't post. Listen, if you got an issue with your black man or your black woman, that's your right. You have an issue, you prefer the other race. All I say is don't downgrade. Not downgrade. I'm sorry. Don't degrade. Like if you a black girl or a black woman and you like white men, that's cool. You have that right. But in the same breath, don't come out here and drag the brothers. If you a black man that prefer white women, that's your choice. I have nothing against that. But don't come out here and degrade the black woman. Point blank period. Like, and then you feel this way, which is your right, but then you go and post it on social media. And that shit always catches up. You know how many people done posted stuff on Twitter and Instagram and Facebook years ago? And 20 years later, 15, 20 years later, that shit come back to bite them in the ass. And people still don't learn. People still don't learn. This is the case. And see, what you can't get mad at is back then when black women were saying, we don't care, and it was cool. So now black men are saying, we don't care. Them folks got a right to feel that way, even though with me, I have empathy for anybody. You know what I'm saying? Irregardless to how they felt or what they posted or whatever, nobody deserves for their life to be prematurely taken away from you by nobody. But you have to realize and recognize what it is. You know what I'm saying? So true, love who you like, but so true, love who you like. But I agree. Yeah, don't just because you prefer white men, don't come out here and degrade the brothers. Like, don't do that. Because see, the same way as some no good brothers out there, it's some no good Caucasian men out there as well. So don't do that. You know, that's not cute. I do also, she was somebody's baby. Right, she was somebody's baby. Exactly. He had no right to do that. Care what color he is, he had no right. Absolutely not.
So y'all know how it goes when it comes to things like that. People kind of throw you to the wayside, but I don't feel like that your preference should cause, you know what I'm saying, people to laugh at you and look at you a different way. But what you say does carry weight no matter who you are. So it is what it is. I digress. I'm not here to make y'all pick a side on it. I'm just saying I don't feel like that is right.
See, that's one thing I like about him. He be fair and he be right. You know what I'm saying? He keep it a book. Like me, that's why I like him.
Basically, people are saying that she wanted to live a soft life and this and this and that. People got the right to live how they want to live. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to go through certain shit. People have a nice soft life without any type of drama. So don't let nobody discourage you from wanting what you want when it comes to that aspect. But, you know, in most cases, it does cause something. But basically, people were saying that they knew it was a rope. They knew it was a extension cord, all type of different shit. They said that it was an unidentified mark around her neck, but he stated that she took herself out by, you know, hanging and things like that. But the family also said that the hotel that they were staying in were the ones who let them know that she passed. Not him, but them. He let them know that something took place, but the hotel let them know that she lost her life. So right now, people were saying that he was under arrest, all this other type of shit. They said that they have, and when things happen overseas and stuff like that, they literally have to go through a process before they can just lock you up. But with him being a crypto millionaire, quote unquote, he's going to have the funds to fight this to the fullest extent. So it's not going to be an easy battle for them. But they are talking about going to receive body cam footage, hotel surveillance footage, basically anything that they can find. And I do commend them on doing that instead of just letting these people just say whatever the hell they want to say. But I'm going to let y'all watch what the parents have to say, and we're going to talk about this in the coming.
When something like this happens overseas, Not only is it a lot of red tape, it's a lot of corruption. It's a lot of corruption. It's a lot of red tape. It's a lot of lies being told, and you can't. Just like with me, if I had an issue with the way my son's death was being investigated, I hit the interstate. I go out here. I go out my neighborhood. Go right. I hit the interstate. I go downtown to the courthouse, or I go downtown to the police station. When something like this happen overseas, it ain't that easy. Cause see, a lot of times you can't or won't get any results unless you're in person. All that calling and shit sometimes don't get you nowhere. See, that her parents can't just go out their door, go downtown and go down to the police station or go down to the courthouse or whatever. Their baby passed away in Tanzania. So it's gonna be a difficult just like with Chantel, just like with anybody that passes overseas and it's a criminal act. It is a lot. It is a lot. Now tell you, I gotta disagree with an impromptu proposal being sus. Maybe with them, maybe, but all in all, you just gotta think about the circumstances. It was her birthday. They had been together for a year, right? A lot of men take that opportunity, like either birthday or Valentine's Day or Christmas holiday or something, to propose. That could have been a thing that was planned from the beginning. And them being together a year and him proposing ain't nothing new in 2026. Hell, we know people that have been together for 9 days, a month, 2 months, and they get proposed to and get married. So him proposing to her, and they had only been together for a year, and him doing it around her birthday time, that's not necessarily sus to me. That's not necessarily sus to me. You think he covering his ass? But he proposed to her. Wait. Covering his ass how, Tanya? Explain that one. Covering his ass as far as what? Because he proposed to her like... So what you're saying is you think he knew he was going to do what he did before they even got there, and him proposing to her was just a part of the play or the act. You think he made her propose to her just to say, he had just proposed to her and he knew what he was going to do to her? Like, is that what you mean? I don't know. It's going to be a lot, though.
But I do want to say, man, be careful who you're dealing with, and it's okay to take your time with people. Don't rush into nothing. If they moving too fast, slow their ass down, because you don't know these people.
Exactly.
People always saying you'll know who you want to marry in 6 months and a year and shit like that. It's true in some people's cases, but a lot of people are living in fairy tale land and shit, and it takes time to learn a person. It's okay to build a friendship for a few years and shit like that. That's if you want to. I'm not here to tell you how to live. I'm just saying it's okay to calm down and slow down. I'm not saying that she was rushing, but he was rushing, in my personal opinion. But hey, it is what it is. Everything I'm saying in this video, from beginning to the end, every single word is all allegedly. Just my thoughts and opinions. But let's go ahead and get into it. And I want to know your thoughts and opinions on what the family had to say about this. Let's go.
And now the details on the investigation into the death of Ashley Robinson. Her family is demanding answers after the influencer from South Jersey was found dead during a trip to Africa where she had just been engaged. Action News reporter Cheyenne Corinne joining us live in the Satellite Center with more on this heartbreaking story. Cheyenne.
Alicia, well, Ashley Robinson, she actually was raised locally in South Jersey, and now her death in Zanzibar is making headlines across the world. Well, today we spoke to her family in Delaware, who say they aren't getting answers from her fiance or officials in Tanzania about what happened to her.
Uncertainty, mystery, anger, sadness. It's like a part of me has just been taken away.
On April 5th, influencer Ashley Robinson, who goes by Ashley Janae on social media, was celebrating her 31st birthday in Zanzibar, Tanzania. She was on the vacation with her boyfriend of 1 year, who popped the question just 2 days before.
We believe that they were in love. We believe that their relationship was genuine.
Ashley's mother says she never would have expected that less than a week later, her daughter would be dead. On April 8th, she says Ashley called, saying she and her fiance got into an argument and were moved to separate rooms. The next day, she receives another call. This time,
I will say it's kind of odd now that I think about it. Him proposing to her in Tanzania when she got a whole family. I mean, this girl got parents that look like, or they may still be together. Her dad, to me, honestly, do you think you would have asked for her hand in marriage? And I know men don't do that no damn more, but baby, Tony did it with me, baby, and my daddy. I know men don't do that no more. I know it probably ain't a thing no more, but there is a such thing as the man asking the daddy for the daughter's hand in marriage. But all I'm saying is this. It's weird. You could call it a little sus that he proposed to her in Tanzania when she, most people want to do that around family. You know what I'm saying? Most, if she got parents that's alive and well and they nice looking couple, then I'm sure she got other family. You know, most men would want to do that surrounded by family. Here they were surrounded by, was that a lion, a tiger, or a bear that was walking with this? I'm sorry, y'all. Sometimes when I do these stories, I have to laugh to keep from crying. I'm just saying. I'd rather have a good day than a bad day. But I'm saying, like, that part to me is a little weird. Like, it seemed like you would have wanted to propose to her with family and friends around. That's all I'm saying. Even though being proposed, on a trip, to another country, celebrating your birthday, that's romantic and all good too. But I don't know. I guess it all depends on the type of relationship they had. To me, honestly, he seemed like the type of person that he probably would isolate her. Yeah. That's just my opinion, just from the vibe I get. Exactly. Come on, and the cameraman, Tanya. And the cameraman. So, yeah.
In love. We believe that their relationship was genuine.
Ashley's mother says she never would have expected that less than a week later, her daughter would be dead. On April 8th, she says Ashley called, saying she and her fiance got into an argument and were moved to separate rooms. The next day, she receives another call, this time from her fiance.
He told me that Ashley did something to herself and that she was being taken to the hospital. I said, what happened when? And he told me it had been 11 hours prior.
Hours later, the luxury hotel the couple was staying at called, saying Ashley passed away. According to the hospital's medical report, Ashley had an unidentified mark around her neck. They wrote, quote.
Okay, let's talk about it. So they get into it on the 8th. Now, he proposed to her. Her birthday was the 5th. I think he proposed to her before her birthday. Her birthday was the 5th. He proposed to her on the 8th. On the 9th is when the parents get the call. Okay.
Saying she and her fiance got into an argument and were moved to separate rooms. The next day, she receives another call, this time from her fiance.
He told me that Ashley did something to herself and that she was being taken to the hospital. I said, what happened when? And he told me it had been 11 hours prior.
Hours later, the luxury hotel the couple was staying at called, saying Ashley passed away. According to the hospital's medical report, Ashley had an unidentified mark around her neck. They wrote, quote, according to the husband, he found she hanged herself on the door with several question marks.
Okay, so with them going into separate rooms and stuff like that, what do you think possibly could have happened to her after that? So he's going to try to make it seem like, and it's just my thoughts and opinions, that she was just so distraught or devastated about what took place between them that she did what she did. This BS in my personal opinion. I don't feel like nobody goes out to celebrate. If they are a lifestyle influencer, they mean that they are passionate about their life and their lifestyle. They don't want to go. They love life. So it's all BS in my personal opinion. Now, she possibly, all allegedly, could let him back in. They talked and things didn't go how he thought it was going to go. And he snapped. That's just how I feel. But for him to not let them know immediately and somebody else told them is a red flag. Let's get back.
We've been through this before with other cases and how people move in the aftermath. We've talked about this, about how when something like this happens, how the person moves in the aftermath determines whether or not they look guilty or not. Like, so this young woman is in Tanzania. She's your fiance. You know she got parents. You know she got family back in the States. She passes away. You tell the parents something happened when you know she has passed away. You don't tell them she's passed away. They get a call from the hotel that tells them that their daughter has passed away. Not from you, her fiance, who supposedly loved her. I'm behind, however, truth, not the lions, tigers. Truth, I can't with you. The things that just comes up. I don't know where it comes from, Mercy and Grace. Pray for me. That's all I can say. I don't, and I don't be remembering. Okay? Yeah, Miss Lynn, it is a big red flag. Like, if you care about that, if you cared about that, like she was your fiance, you loved her, and she's passed away. If you hadn't done anything wrong, or like you call the parents and say, and then you call 11 hours after, and you say something has happened, and the girl has passed away, and then they got to hear from strangers at the hotel. No, you up to something. What the hell wrong with you? That's crazy. Like, that's crazy. Me as a parent, I would feel away too.
I thought it was one to go, and he snapped. That's just how I feel. But for him to not let them know immediately and somebody else told them is a red flag. Let's get back into it.
Sometime Jill went back to the room with security, and that's how they found her.
Ashley was also taken to a second hospital who listed her cause of death as cerebral hypoxia by strangulation and suffocation.
She never done anything that would ever lead me to believe that she would do something to harm herself.
She was not just going to be discarded and forgotten about.
And the family, as you just heard, they are just desperate for information. They tell us that they are requesting surveillance footage from the resort. They also say that they have contacted police, the consulate, and embassy, and have not heard back. No action news. We also tried to contact Ashley's fiance, and we also did not get a response. The family says their next steps are going to Zanzibar themselves to try to get answers. We're live at the Satellite Center, China Current, Channel 6. Action
I just spoke to the family of Ashley Robinson. She's a 31-year-old influencer who's on vacation with her fiance celebrating her birthday. He actually proposed on the trip. But something crazy happened. She was having a good time. Her family said she was very excited to be there, shared pictures with the family, FaceTimed them when she was proposed to. But they released a statement saying that Ashley was found unconscious in her villa and was rushed to a local hospital where her death was confirmed hours later. I spoke to Robinson's parents. Here's some of what they had to say.
It doesn't make any sense. She was traveling with her, with her boyfriend.
These people I have never ceased to be amazed with these people that hit social media in times like these. I don't like her parents. I ain't got nothing bad to say about the people. Like, they're her parents. And in this particular case, it's gonna be an uphill battle for them. It's gonna be very, very hard. But I still can't fathom the thought that these people are able to hit social media and sit up there with not a straight face per se, but like, how you able to like function in that way? I couldn't imagine. Like, y'all, I'm sorry. If something behooves me, y'all know I'm gonna tell you. And I don't understand how, this just happened. Like, and I wouldn't even have the composure. Like, I wouldn't be able to sit on no podcast, on no newscast, on no nothing, and do what they do. Like, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I just couldn't. I couldn't, y'all. I know the state I was in when it happened to me. So I just,
And he was taking what was supposed to be a celebratory trip to celebrate her birthday that was coming. And they were in a gorgeous place in Africa and happy. Everything that we knew was that she was supposed to be happy and she was engaged. She celebrated her birthday thereafter, and then she's just gone. We're confused about how that could change so drastically.
What can you tell us in terms of how you found out, and have you spoken to her fiance?
I was initially contacted by him to let me know that something had occurred. And that she was in the hospital, but it was very limited communication and not with a lot of detail. I asked him, when it happened and where it happened, and he told me that something had occurred 11 hours prior to when he was reaching out to me.
We found out that our daughter had passed from the hotel. The fiance did not reach out to us at all.
Do you believe that Joe McCann had something to do with your daughter's death?
We don't have. It's under investigation, and we don't know what's going on.
It's under investigation, and like we said,
that's weird. That's weird. But sometimes people say things the way they do and how they say it for a reason. Because you just never know. You never know, and if you're gonna get on social media or on news, you do need to be very, very careful about how you answer questions. And the reason why I say that, this man is a millionaire. I want to say something, but I think I'm gonna not say that. Just know that he's a millionaire, and they could be a little intimidated by him, a little scared of him. They probably know things about him that we, the public, don't know about him. Um, I just think it's weird that they don't have an opinion on whether or not he did it or not. I think they definitely have an opinion. They just being real careful. And all I can say to that is kudos, because it don't help situations when family members just come out and start speaking. So I'll say that's strange that they answer that way, but it's probably for the best. It's probably for the best. Yeah. Probably for the best though, y'all. It is strange though.
We just want transparency. Just let us know.
I want to make sure that everybody is fully aware that she was a light. She was a light. She was a beautiful person, and this doesn't align with who she is. Understandably, the family really didn't want to talk about Joe McCann, the man who proposed to their daughter. When you go online, you can see he's the CEO of Asymmetric, which is a venture capital company that invests in crypto companies. But the point is, the family wants answers. They don't understand why they haven't been able to reach Joe. They don't understand why he wasn't more forthcoming about what exactly happened to their daughter. And it's why they said they're speaking out. Next steps for them, they said, is trying to get to Zanzibar so they can get to the bottom of what happened.
So for somebody to just vanish, basically, that loves your daughter so badly, should let you know everything that you need to know. They know. They just being politically correct, quote unquote, in this situation, as they should. It's under investigation. They can say the wrong things and get sued and shit like that, which is why I am saying everything in this video is only thoughts and opinions coming from my mind. But ultimately, we will find out. Justice will be served. In my personal opinion, there ain't no way around this. It's just the fact that when stuff happens overseas or in another country and shit, it makes it 10 times more complicated to get to the end of the situation. But I will have the statement in here at the end.
That's another thing, Tanya. Where the hell is he? What is he doing? He done disappeared. He not talking to the parent. See, that right there, people don't realize is you showing that you didn't give a fuck. Like, there's no way. There's no way that you loved a young woman so much in life that you proposed to her and wanted her to be your wife, and now that she's passed away, it's like you just you didn't give a fuck for her at all. Like she did something to you by passing away. You disappear. You're not talking to her parents. These people got to put up a whole. Your ass should be paying for her to get home and paying for her funeral. To be honest, you're a millionaire. You loved her. You wanted her to be your wife. You're distraught. And you mean to tell me these people can't? You ain't said nothing to her parents. They having problems. They need money to get her home. They shouldn't have to have a GoFundMe. That's a great point, Tanya. Merle said it has been said that he lost his money and under investigation alleged. I don't know if it's facts. Oh, okay, Merle. Okay.
I will show y'all pictures and videos and stuff that I have found pertaining to them in this trip. And I might put a couple of here and there about other stuff as well too. I found out he was a crypto millionaire the night that I heard about this a couple of days ago. So basically just verified it right there. But yeah, let me know your thoughts and opinions. I hope that she does get the justice that she deserves. And I can tell that she has a very, very strong family. Very strong. And I commend them for standing up and doing what's right in this situation by not giving up and doing what they need to do. Some people don't have the means to do these type of things, like travel across to another country to see what's going on and stuff like this. I don't look down on anyone for that, but I just love the fact that they are doing what they need to do in this situation. And yeah, we're going to talk about it as more updates come out. I'll bring them to y'all, but as of now, that's all that's out there that's factual. So we're going to leave it at that. I'll talk to y'all in a minute. Right.
How y'all doing? How y'all doing? We keeping it organic. Me and my little chocolate Easter bunny. Baby, stop playing. Baby, you going sensitive, baby. We about to get on the lake. This her car. She just came for to pick me up.
Something like not too crazy.
That man did not just say she just came for to pick me up. Oh, like who is your mama and why she ain't knocked your teeth? She came for to pick me up. She did what? Then he looked like Kevin Gates. I thought, is that Kevin Gates? Yeah, that's Kevin Gates. Is that Kevin Gates? Did you say she came for to pick me up, boy? You know what? It's us for me.
You know, we keeping it organic. Me and my little chocolate Easter bunny. Babe, stop playing. Babe, you know I'm sensitive, babe. We about to get in the this her car. She probably she just came for to pick me up.
Something like not too crazy.
She from Philly, so you know she crazy. She toxic. She might stab you.
She from where? Did he say Philly? Now, is this the right clip? Is this the right woman? That woman from Jersey. Hold on. Kevin. Well, she is a video vixen. I'm sorry. She is a video vixen, but she's from... Wait a minute.
Sensitive, babe. We about to get in the this her car. She probably she just came for to pick me up.
Something like not too crazy.
She from Philly, so you know she crazy. She toxic. She might stab you. You might stab me in my sleep. You told me if I take my hands off, you gonna beat me up.
She from Philly or Jersey? I thought that girl said she was from Philly, Sonya. I thought in that interview. Where the hell I get Jersey from? Even though they're not that far. I thought it said Jersey. Yes, and she toxic. I could have sworn they said Jersey. Okay.
Because I'm blowing my hands.
I ain't gonna trouble. I love y'all. Y'all have a beautiful day.
No, Sonya. No, Sonya. I know what he said. I'm talking about what she said in that interview. She said Jersey. See, I know I got a little bit of my sense left. I know I got a little bit of hearing left, even though, you know, day by day it's a struggle. But I know what I heard. Even if he called out the marriage, it still was a person he said he loved. What happened to his empathy for her parents, at least? Exactly, Ms. Lynn. Exactly. I want to say he talking about his chocolate bunny. He don't even know where the girl from is. She didn't correct him. She didn't correct him. I know I heard Jersey.
Her car. She probably she just came for to pick me up.
Something like not too crazy.
She from Philly, so you know she crazy. She toxic. She might stab you. You might stab me in my sleep. You told me if I take my hands off, you gonna beat me up.
Because I'm blowing my hands.
I ain't gonna trouble. I love y'all. Y'all have a beautiful day.
They pretty much went over there to make a movie. It's sad that it was the last one, but they pretty much, all this was edited. It was pretty much a movie, but he wrong for what he did. He's absolutely wrong for what he did. Would they say men are losing their mind in my comments about an interracial relationship, but I just got my lashes refilled. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Their line was beautiful. It was beautiful.
So that is now what I see happening with crypto. It's an alternative financial system. The fiat kind of SWIFT banking, traditional way of doing money management and access to financial services, that system is likely going to exist for a very long time. But now there's an alternative system that people can opt into. They can still actually operate in the old system too, but they can operate in this new system. And so, as you get back to the point of like Aave or pick a lending protocol or pick a DeFi protocol, I'm not picking on Aave specifically. The point is, it's not what the protocol is and how do we get new users and they should just know that this is better and this and that. It's like we're building an alternative financial system. And so how do you get people to opt into that in a meaningful way? Well, in most cases, and when I worked at this design agency years ago called Frog Design, one of the things that I learned from a lot of the user experience researchers there was in order for people to make a fundamental change in how they do anything, it needs to be a 10x improvement. There is not a 10x improvement currently for most people in the developed world to adopt DeFi protocols. It just doesn't exist. However, if you go to developing countries or countries that have, history of the countries defaulting on their debt or, seizing of their assets or whatever that may actually be, those folks are adopting this stuff because they...
I know this stuff is lucrative and I know that, the people that's into it is into it heavy, but it calls for some boring conversation. Ask me how I know. Oh my God. I'd be like, so OG is into the whole crypto thing and he be trying to explain it to me, and I be investing in stuff. Don't get it twisted, but like, just don't talk to me about it. Just do it, because I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not interested in it, even though I know I should, because they say people make good money. Yeah, they did amazing. All that was, they made a movie, girl. They made a movie. Like, that's what the social media people do. Like, they make movies. Just like with the whole, okay, so it puts me in the mind of, Tony said, you think people talking now, just think in the 50s when my dad and mom dated, my dad told us stories like the police picked him up just because he was walking mama. That's the thing. Now, Tanya, I've never asked you this, even though, Tanya, I never, like, listen, your race or whatever never mattered to me. It's like something about you vibe with me from the beginning. I've been over to your page. I've never asked you like what exactly you was mixed with or what you was. Now Trey calls you his white friend. Trey says you his white friend, but it never mattered to me. Just like with they they try to say what the clown is and other people. I don't care because I don't go by race when it comes to people. If I vibe with you, I vibe with you. But so you're saying in this post now who's white? So my dad dated my mom. So is your dad black and your mom Caucasian? Is that the mix up? Is that the not the mix up? Oh, you know what I'm asking, Tanya. The race of your parents. Like, are you mixed? Because Trey's ignorant. I don't listen to what he says. He called can't handle the truth his white friend, and that girl's black. So I don't go by what he says. But so you say you think people talking now, just think in the 50s when my dad and mom dated. My dad told us stories like the police picked him up. So I'm assuming your daddy was black just because he was walking my mom home from school. Trey or miss. My mom white, dad black, but I'm a black. There you go. Great. Now I have okay. Because I never thought to ask you or to, never thought to ask you. You just turn you to me. You my sis. But okay, so your dad. So yeah, your mom and dad had it. They had it. So if they stayed together, made you and stayed together and was together, baby, they was determined because it was bad back then. It was something else. It was something else. So yeah. But what I was saying was when you are not into cryptocurrency like some people are, they like real into it. They know how it works. They know how and all that. It could cause for a board conversation. It just can. So OG be trying to explain it to me, because I just say, take the money, just invest it in I better make some money. That's basically what I say. But he be trying to explain shit to me, and I'm like, I trust you. Just do it. I don't want to hear that shit. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it consists of. I know I should know, but damn it, my brain is full. And you talking about it just making my head hurt. Damn it. But that's what sitting here listening to this guy remind me of. Like, he just talking, and it sound to most people, it sound like womp 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 womp. That's all I'm saying. That's it. Most of my nephews has white wives, but it doesn't matter. Oh, absolutely not, Tanya. I mean, not Tanya, but Sonya. Yeah, when you're family, you're family. All my nieces and nephews, other than my sister's son, are biracial. And I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 nieces and nephews that's biracial. Yep. Don't matter, Janet Tasha sound like womp, 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 womp. That's what it sound like. And it make my head hurt.
They need to opt out of the system because they don't want to, kind of remain in this ridiculous inequality gap that continues to kind of build itself out, irrespective of what happens with, sort of the developed nations themselves.
Why should anyone listen to you?
Oh, he pretty much just showing pictures. That's all he had in that moment. So this is the end of the video. He just basically showing pictures. And I know he's gonna have that little emoji. There go the little emoji. That indicates the end of the video. Okay, so let's go to the next one. This is from Carlos King. No. The next one is from, and I'm going in order, y'all, as far as the dates are concerned. Yes, true love has no color. That's true, Tony. You are attracted to who you are attracted to. The next one is from our sweet lady Shanitra Speaks. I love her channel. Y'all know this. She also dropped the video. Let's get into it.
Robinson, her family is demanding.
Thank y'all so much for supporting this live. I appreciate it. I see the thumbs up. I thank y'all for the thumbs up. I thank y'all for the support. I really do. I appreciate it. Shout out to my moderators too as well. So let's get into Shanitra Speaks. Y'all make sure y'all go over there and support.
Answers after the influencer from South Jersey was found dead during a trip to Africa where she had just been engaged.
Do you believe that Joe McCann had something to do with your daughter's death?
The luxury hotel the couple was staying at called saying Ashley passed away. According to the hospital's medical report, Ashley had an unidentified mark around her neck.
You're so shocked that I would do something because you wouldn't do it.
Was this murder, or was Ashley Robinson responsible for her own death? That's the question that has been at the center of this case ever since her name made headlines. Because according to a police commander in a statement obtained by a local outlet and published by People magazine, authorities say they believe that Ashley Robinson was responsible for her own death and that her fiance has not been accused of any wrongdoing. In fact, the police commander went on to say that the police were not planning to detain or pursue legal action against her fiance, and that he has not been accused of any wrongdoing by authorities. But her family is pushing back on that narrative, saying that Ashley had so much to live for and that she would not have done this. And now even celebrities are stepping into the...
Now, let's talk about her. You know, like I said, she was on top of the world, should have been on top of the world, even though they had an argument the day before she passed. Let's talk about if this was a Matlock case, or if this was a Law and Order case, or if this was a Perry Mason case. Let's talk about it. It would be so simple, right? Because being as though, okay, let's talk about how simple it should be in as far as my favorite crime shows. This is how it would go. They got into an argument the day before she passed, and allegedly they were split up. He was in one room, she was in another room. According to him, she unalived herself. So that means he was in his room, she was in her room. She was so distraught over the argument, she unalived herself. So in my world, which is the, you know, like I say, the Matlock law and crime, you know, Law and Order world, they would look at this. They would look at the surveillance cameras. They would see whether or not he had entered that room or not, or if anybody had entered that room or not, or if Ashley was in there. Is it Ashley? No, yeah, Ashley. If Ashley was in that room by herself, because if she was in the room by herself, then she did it. Had to if it was nobody else in the room. Yeah, Columbo went in. Even Jake in the fat. What was it called? Jake in the fat. Wait a minute. Jake and the Fat Man. Y'all remember Jake and the Fat Man? Hawaii 5-0, Miami Vice, any of them. Hey, gangster. You would look at the camera, right? You would see that she was in the room alone, so that means she would have had to have done it. You can look at the camera and see that he was in the room at the time, in the heat of the night. Come on with it, Amazing. Or you can look at the camera and see that he had entered the room and there's some foul play. See, it's not that simple though. Why is it not that simple? Or could it be that simple? Because Shanitra is saying that the police over there saying he's not a suspect. So we all know that all hotels, whether in Africa or here, most of them have cameras. It should be able to be seen and proven whether or not he was in that room when her life was taken, or when she lost her life, or if he was not in her room. Should be that simple, huh? Should be that simple. But it's never that simple. Ever. Let's listen.
The conversation. Cardi B took to social media and said that girl did not off herself. And many believe that this post is in reference to Ashley. And what's adding to this is that right before Ashley's death, her and her fiance had a misunderstanding. Now, the details surrounding that misunderstanding have not been released, but it was serious enough that hotel intervened and placed them in separate rooms. And according to authorities, it was in that room that Ashley made that fatal decision. But before we get into that, I want to take a step back and give you some background so you know exactly who she was and you can decide for yourself if there's more to the story. Now, if you haven't done so already, please be sure to like the video, drop a comment below and let me know if you're already following this case and what your thoughts are about it. And be sure to
I've seen certain things that I got to like get more into that I may or may not react to amazing, but I saw a title of a video that I saved that says that he could have possibly paid off law enforcement over there or even the hotel. So we'll talk about that more when we come back with the story. Columbo would have had said just one more thing. Yup. Come on, Gangster. Shout out to Columbo. All them shows. Miami Vice, Jake and the Fat Man, Murder She Wrote in them. Yeah, I used to watch all them shows, y'all. In the Heat of the Night, Tim.
subscribe to the channel if you appreciate my coverage.
Yeah, she fire. Brown skin, pretty brown eyes.
Ashley Robinson was a beautiful 31-year-old woman who online went by Ashley Janae. She was building a following online, and many described her as being an influencer, and she was also making a name for herself in the entertainment industry, having appeared in music videos with big-name artists and in photo shoots such as Lil Baby and Drake. She was also a model, and by all accounts, she was very confident. She knew exactly who she was and exactly what she wanted out of life, and she would frequently post videos online that reflected that.
You know, sometimes it's just necessary to go get your makeup done, get your hair done, get your nails did, look cute, get dressed up, to remind a motherfucker to stop playing with you.
So she was at a really good point in her life, and the only thing that
Smooth said, we love these detective and murder mystery shows. I think that's why people can't easily fraud us. Our empathy is our kryptonite. Yeah. Not sure if someone has said this, but the mark around her neck could be from strangulation. The mark around her neck could be from strangulation. It could also be from him, strangling her with something. Now, this is the thing. This is another thing that Columbo Neal would look at, and it'll be cut and dry. Was there anything in there indicating that she had done it? It had to be something, for them to even consider it to be a suicide. It would have had to have been something around her neck, right, to indicate that she had done it herself. Or if he did it, he could have placed something around her neck, the same thing that he used to do it himself. He could have left that around her neck to indicate that she had done it. But like I say, that's why I don't understand why certain questions are being put out there that's not being answered. Like, it's, when somebody alleges that somebody unalived themselves, it's certain things about the crime scene or the scene that indicates that. Now, we have to remember, all this is alleged as far as him unaliving her because there has been no charges filed. Hey, April, there have been no charges filed. Like, they're saying I saw one, I read one article, I think, where they say he was taken down to the station, he was questioned, and they let him go. So we just got to stay tuned, basically. Y'all give me a sec. Let me go on. Y'all done talk me to death. Let me go get me a water. I love y'all. Y'all make sure y'all double tap that screen. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back, y'all. Yeah, thank you, Natasha and Ms. Leah. Thank y'all for the likes. I appreciate it. I'm wondering what the argument was about. If he called, hold on, y'all. If he called off the wedding and her having a fan base, it could be possible, but I don't recall hearing what the disagreement was. Missing pieces of information leaves uncertainties, but sad either way. Yeah, Sonya, you're right. I wonder what the argument was about. To whereas they were arguing or got into it so bad that they had to be separated by the hotel. Like I wonder what the argument was about. Yeah.
That was missing was happiness. She would post about it online, even going back to 2023 when she made a post saying, I deserve happiness. And then in 2024, another post where she said, I can't wait to wake up to the love of my life every day. So by the end of 2024, when Ashley meets this man who, by all accounts, was giving her the soft life that she always wanted, many people thought that this was it, that she had finally found happiness. See, Ashley had a preference, and online she wasn't shy about making that known, even at times when she would face backlash for it. She made a post going back to 2012 saying, my baby is going to be mixed when I have a child. And then in 2014, another post where she said, mixed babies are so cute. And one,
we're just going to have to chop that one off up to ignorance. That's it. Or a preference. It could be ignorance or a preference. Either way. To me, honestly, all babies are beautiful. You have a baby with a white man just to have a mixed baby, okay, that's on you. One more thing, you mentioned you were strangled at 4 p.m. at the shoe store, but the shoe store closes at 3. What the hell? Gabe. Oh, but the shoe store closes at 3. I hear you, Gabe.
one of her posts that caught a lot of attention was from July the 10th, 2024, where she said, every day, Black men wake up and find new ways to embarrass us. But at the same time,
see, that's an ignorant statement too as well, because not only Black men do it, Black women do it, white men do it, white women do it. Hell, human beings do it. Like, stop it. You be in Colombo? Okay.
She also made it clear that she loved being a Black woman. So with everything coming together for Ashley, she had her fiance, a CEO in the crypto and finance space, a man who by all appearances was living a very successful lifestyle. She was rooted in her own success, and they were building the family that she had always wanted. Now, leading up to the trip, Ashley posted on social media on March the 29th and captioned it, Hardwood Floors, Soft Life, reflecting the lifestyle that she was now living. And by early April, she was already out of the country with her fiance, sharing moments from what appeared to be a dream trip, as her family would call it. On April the 3rd, she uploaded a photo showing her proposal. As she's walking through this beautiful scenery, he proposes to her, and she later posts that video saying, still taking this all in somewhere in Africa. Then on April the 4th, another post where she said, if this is a dream, no one wake me up. Then on April the 5th, she turned 31 and she made a post saying, chapter 31, and I'm exactly where I need to be. This would be her final public social media post. And what stands out is that from the moment of the proposal on April the 3rd, Ashley had been posting every single day. April the 3rd, April the 4th, April the 5th. Then suddenly, nothing. No posts on the 6th, the 7th, or the 8th. So what could have happened on this trip? Because by April...
What they say? Somebody that told that her daughter called her on April the 8th and said that she and McCain had an argument and they were moved to separate rooms by hotel staff. On what date? The 8th. Okay, so she stopped posting on the 6th, or she stopped posting on the 5th or the 6th or whatever. Police told ABC News that the hotel staff had been alerted to a domestic disturbance that was described as a romantic conflict between Robertson and her McCain during their stay by other hotel guests.
The 8th, she was calling her mom to let her know that there had been a dispute.
But something crazy happened. She was having a good time. Her family said she was very excited to be there, shared pictures with the family, FaceTimed them when she was proposed to. But they released a statement saying that Ashley was found unconscious in her villa and was rushed to a local hospital where her death was confirmed hours later. I spoke to Robinson's parents. Here's some of what they had to say.
It doesn't make any sense. She was traveling with her, with her boyfriend, and he was taking what was supposed to be a celebratory trip to celebrate her birthday that was coming. And they were in a gorgeous place in Africa and happy. Everything that we knew was that she was supposed to be happy and she was engaged. She celebrated her birthday thereafter. And then she's just gone. We're confused about how that could change so drastically.
What can you tell us in terms of how you found out, and have you spoken to her fiance?
I was initially contacted by him to let me know that something had occurred and that she was in the hospital, but it was very limited communication and not with a lot of detail. I asked him, when it happened and where it happened, and he told me that something had occurred 11 hours prior to when he was reaching out to me.
We found out that our daughter had passed from the hotel. The fiance did not reach out to us at all.
Do you believe that Joe McCann had something to do with your daughter's death?
We don't have, it's under investigation, and we don't know what went on.
It's under investigation, and like we said, we just want transparency. Just let us know.
I want to make sure that everybody is fully aware that she was a light. She was a light. She was a beautiful person, and this doesn't align with who she is.
Understandably, the family really didn't want to talk about Joe McCann, the man who proposed.
Okay, now I want you to pay attention to this because this is where the timeline really becomes critical. On April the 3rd, Ashley had posted that she was in Africa. However, according to ABC News, she and her fiance didn't check into the hotel until April the 6th. This would be the location where this incident would later occur. So what that tells us is that they had already been in the country, but had stayed at least one other location before arriving here. And within just 2 days of checking in to this location, things would take a turn. Because as you heard from her mother, there was a conflict between Ashley and her fiance. But here's where things gets interesting, because when this conflict occurred, the hotel staff became involved. They moved her fiance to a different villa in the resort, about 8 to 10 minutes walking distance from Ashley's room, is what the police said. And Ashley was found unresponsive in her room about 2 or 3 hours later by hotel staff. So pay attention to that, because after this conflict occurs, they have this disagreement. They remove the fiance, they take him to another location. They're saying it's like 8 to 10 minutes walking distance. Now, if there's camera footage that shows if anyone went into Ashley's room, that has not been released. It hasn't been discussed. They have said this is an ongoing investigation. But what we do know is that once he was removed from that room, within 2 to 3 hours, Ashley, according to the police, she takes her life. I do want you to keep in mind that this is an ongoing investigation, so new information continues to come out. In fact, the authorities have clarified that because this is an ongoing investigation, Ashley's fiance is currently being questioned by police, and an investigation into her death is ongoing, as reported by ABC News. In addition to that, they have now taken his passport while the investigation is ongoing. So it appears from what's been reported by ABC News that he is unable to leave because of the active investigation. Okay, now let me know, what are your thoughts about this case so far? I also want you to pay attention to this.
Y'all, who this man remind me of? Somebody help me. He reminds me, I don't know if it's an actor. I don't know if it's somebody in my real life. Like, I don't know who this man reminds me of. But he reminds me of somebody. You remind me of my G. I got to get it. It's gonna haunt me. Who in the hell does this man remind me of? I don't know. But I gotta figure it out, or it's gonna haunt me. I think it's somebody in real life. I don't know. Anywho, here we go, y'all. Let me back it up a little bit. They have taken his passport. So apparently, Latoya, it's Friday. God is good. Life is good. Stop it. Yeah, so apparently they've taken his passport. And look, so he and this is, when was this dropped? Let's see when this video was dropped. I'm thinking it was like 2 days. Oh, excuse me, 2 days ago. It is Tanya. And as soon as I get off this live, it's gonna hit me. Bruce Willis, you know what? Maybe amazing, maybe, but not really. It might. I don't know.
News. In addition to that, they have now taken his passport while the investigation is
Y'all know
ongoing.
I love me some Bruce Willis. I pray for him all the time and what he's going through. But y'all know I love me some Bruce Willis. It could be Bruce Willis. But this man he puts me in the mind of somebody.
It appears from what's been reported by ABC News that he is unable to leave because of the active investigation. Okay, now let me know, what are your thoughts about this case so far? I also want you to pay attention to this news clip where it goes over the report about the marks or the bruises that was found on Ashley, which is why her parents have said that they believe that her death is suspicious. But listen to this and then let me know your thoughts.
Sadness. It's like a part of me has been taken away.
On April 5th, influencer Ashley Robinson, who goes by Ashley Janae on social media, was celebrating her 31st birthday in Zanzibar, Tanzania. She was on the vacation with her boyfriend of 1 year, who popped the question just 2 days before.
We believe that they were in love. We believe that their relationship was genuine.
Ashley's mother says she never would have expected that less than a week later, her daughter would be dead. On April 8th, she says Ashley called, saying she and her fiance got into an argument and were moved to separate rooms. The next day, she receives another call, this time from her fiance.
He told me that Ashley did something to herself and that she was being taken to the hospital. I said, what happened when? And he told me it had been 11 hours prior.
Hours later, the luxury hotel the couple was staying at called saying Ashley passed away. According to the hospital's medical report, Ashley had an unidentified mark around her neck. They wrote, quote, according to the husband, he found she hanged herself on the door with several question marks.
Sometime Jill went back to the room with security, and that's how they found her.
Ashley was also taken to a second hospital who listed her cause of death as cerebral hypoxia by strangulation and suffocation.
She's never done anything that would ever lead me to believe that she would do something to harm herself.
She was not just going to be disgraced.
Now, a lot of conversation online has centered around the backlash Ashley received because of some of her past posts and also the age difference between her and her fiance. Ashley was 31, and in a podcast interview released on November the 1st, 2024, he disclosed that he was 44 years old. So I'm going to play a short portion of that interview, which comes from the podcast When Shift Happens. In that clip, he talks about his views on mental health and how he believes that therapy is necessary for everyone. He also shares some other interesting perspectives that I want you to hear about as well. Now, if you want to hear the full conversation, be sure to check out When the Shift Happens podcast. And this is also part of why this case has stood out to so many people. You have the age difference. You have her family saying that this was supposed to be one of the happiest trips of her life. And then you have the fact that based on everything that has been reported so far, there was some type of altercation, but we still don't know exactly what that altercation was about. What we do know is that within just 2 to 3 hours of them being separated, Ashley was dead. So listen to these clips and let me know your thoughts in the comment section.
You know, I always find it interesting when people are like super shocked that you would make a decision out of like the kindness of your heart or a decision out of love. It makes me think. The reason you're asking me like, are you sure or are you not going to go back on your decision, or is because you would do that. You're so shocked that I would do something because you wouldn't do it. And I sit on that. We give so many people, what's the word I would use? We give them the treatment we wish to receive from them. And they're so shocked when we give it to them because they would never do it for us. It's just crazy.
Earlier, which is we hate losing more than we enjoy winning. I don't know why. It's probably some instinctual, fight or flight thing. I'm not sure. Like maybe you're always kind of on the defense because you don't want to get eaten by a lion or something, right? Maybe that's where it goes back to. But nonetheless, pretty much every
Man, hold on. Let me go back for a minute, y'all. Hold on. Because I be forgetting. She be putting up. I can't read that one. But let's go back to this one that okay. This post said this is also not the first time he did anything in this nature to Ashley. Joe, you are gonna rot in hell. So, are we alleging that they were in an abusive relationship? I don't know.
Instinctual, fight or flight thing. I'm not sure. Like, maybe you're always kind of on the defense because you don't want to get eaten by a lion or something, right? Maybe that's where it goes back to. But nonetheless, pretty much every human being has this innate feeling or emotional construct. When you have skin in the game and you apply your own money to something as an investment, you as a human are immediately emotionally tied to that and its value. And you can see the value of it in real time, especially with crypto, right? Because it goes up and down every second. The challenge that I think people run into with version is somewhat what I alluded to earlier, is that before you put a trade on, let's just talk about like liquid token investing or liquid asset investing, you should know your exit before you put it on. Meaning
that's actually the last secret. Yeah.
There you go. So the reason you should know that is that if you don't, here's what happens. And I am almost certain many of you watching this and listening, this has been your scenario. Okay, I'm going to buy, Bitcoin at $65,000. Okay, and I'm going all in, I'm putting all my money into it, which is a bad idea. But let's assume that you guys do that. So it's 65,000. Oh, it goes down to 64. You're like, oh, it's just whatever. It's nothing, right? And then it's like at 60K, and you're like, well, it's down 8%. It's not the end of the world, Bitcoin's a highly volatile asset. It'll bounce back. Now it's at 50K. And you go, that's a big psychological level. We're going to bounce from there. Now it's at 48K. You're like, it broke that level. But you know what? I'm holding this for the long term. I'm a long-term investor. You put a trade on, not a long-term investment. Now, if it was a long-term investment, these prices are irrelevant to you, right? You're just holding it, right? But if you're watching the price, it's a trade. And so what people end up doing is they justify why they stay in a losing position. It's so easy to do. Like, we're human beings. This is what we do. And we find ways of rationalizing. Oh, well, there's this supply overhang from a token. Blah, blah, blah. Stop. Like, the price is the only thing that matters. That's the only thing that matters. And if it's going against you, you were wrong. I tell people all the time, there's nothing wrong with being wrong. Staying wrong is a sin. And that's one of the things that I had to learn the hard way as well as a trader and investor. I am wrong all the time. Yeah, I'm 44, so it wasn't that long ago, believe it or not. There was a moment when I was running my last company, NodeSource, where I hadn't gone through, some form of talk therapy.
I can't sit and listen to the rest of that. We done already heard it, and it makes me itch.
I would say Silicon Valley startup.
Just thought about it because I was driving on my way home. I really be ready to cut a nigga off over the small shit. Like the littlest thing, I just be turned off. Like, ugh. It was mad people in the regular lane, and the express lane was clear as fuck. I'm zooming through that bitch. As a grown man in 2023, living in the state of Florida, specifically Dade County, Broward County, what is you doing without a sun pass? Like, honestly, you want to just vibe in traffic? Vibe. To take you 15 minutes to get somewhere, you want to chill out for the next 45 minutes sitting in a regular lane for what? It ain't gonna work with me, baby. It ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna work. I ain't gonna lie. I'm talking about, yo, babe, get over into the express lanes faster. Nah, like I ain't finna do all that. Bitch, if you don't drive over them fucking cones and get on, all right, hear me out. And maybe this is just me, but I just thought about it because I was driving on my way home. I really be ready to cut a nigga off.
I'm getting ready for work tonight, and a word has been going through my head all day long, right? And the word is reciprocation. Reciprocation, right? That means if you don't call me, I'm not calling you. You're not hearing from me. You don't text me, might as well delete my number. You don't make plans with me. We never seen each other. We not linking. You call me on my name, you about to be every name in the book. Reciprocation. 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 I don't give a fuck what you want to call it. I'm and I'm recating all year long. That's it. Just like not taught the unspoken rule, or if y'all just stop giving a fuck, I don't know which one it is. I can't fault y'all for not knowing. But it's been happening so often lately that I feel like I have to say something. I have to. Because enough is enough. Walking is like driving a car. That means you stay to the right at all times. You stay to the right. Only time you go to the left is if you got speed past somebody on the right. That means if you're walking in the mall, all the stores is on the right-hand side. Boom, store. Only time you cross over to the left is if the store is on the other side. If you are going up the stairs, you stay to the right. The person coming down is going to be on your left and their right.
still staying to the right. What's not clicking? Make it make sense. You are fucking up feet traffic. Fucking it up. How did I start modeling for hair companies? Well, I originally started getting wigs installed that companies would send me for free for promotion. And then from there, I was getting recognized by other brands, and they ended up wanting me to model for their campaigns that they were doing. So then it turned into billboards and storefronts, etc.
Okay, shout out to Shanitra Speaks. Where we at on time? Oh wow, I'm supposed to be. Oh my God, y'all ain't saying nothing. Let's see. Got 2:20 minutes. No, we're gonna have to. We got 2 more videos in the vault, and then of course I'm probably gonna get more because this case is still being talked about. There's still being updates on the case. So yeah, we're gonna stop right here for today, y'all. Because I did just want to I definitely wanted to talk about the other one and get through it, and then I knew I was gonna just introduce this one, and because this is gonna be an ongoing thing. I got a feeling. So on tomorrow, which I know is Saturday, but truth is grinding until I take my vacay. Okay. I'll be here. I'm gonna try to come on as early as possible, not too early, because I know y'all won't sleep in on a good Saturday. So it'll be between like 10, 12 maybe. I'll be back to at least react to these last 2 videos, and if we got something more to add, we will add that too as well. And if there's any updates on the Justin Fairfax case, we'll also talk about that too as well. So with that being said, y'all, listen, I appreciate y'all that support this channel. Thanks for the thumbs up. If you're in here and you haven't double tapped the screen to like the live stream, please do so. If you're not subscribed, passing through, may catch the replay. Is it gay? Please subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell so you'll be notified whenever I go live. Okay. Thank you, Smooth. Thank you. I'll see y'all over in Silverville in about 30 minutes. No more than 45, I guess. Okay, yeah. Thank you, Tanya. We'll see you over. Okay. All right, y'all. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Shout out to my moderators. I love y'all so much. I will see y'all on the flip side, okay? With that being said, until next time, y'all have a wonderful, safe, beautiful, blessed day. And until next time, truth seekers stand up, and we out. Thank y'all so much for the support. I love y'all.